So, good morning, dear working group. This is the RIPE Address Policy Working Group. This virtual meeting, we meet on Tuesdays because, with all the virtual stuff, the week agenda layout had to be shuffled around a bit. I'm Gerd Döring. I start the session as the chair. With me is Eric Weiss, my current co-chair. I saw him wave. Good morning, Eric. So let's go on.
Morning, Gerd.
This is our agenda for today. We have quite a number of interesting topics to discuss today. I'm not going to read all of them for you. You have the slides, you can read yourself. Half of it is the standard stuff, and then reports and feedback from the database task force, and some food for thought from Remco and about future work of the working group. So on virtual meetings, as you have all noticed, this is not a regular RIPE meeting once again. So we do all this on MeetEcho. We have a very nice stenographer transcript, which you can find in MeetEcho or on the web page listed there. This meeting, we actually try to make this really interactive. At the last meeting, we have experimented a bit with MeetEcho and noticed that it's actually quite nice to do interactive discussions with participants actually using audio video to ask questions. So if you have questions, you can either type them in the question and answers tab in MeetEcho, or you can click on the request to speak button on the top left pane, and we will then enable your microphone. There's a chat function in MeetEcho, but that chat is informal. So if you put questions in there, it's possible that someone might answer them, but we will not read them out for the group. Use the Q&A tab for that. Of course, the session is recorded. What we have done this time is we have pre-published the presentations. So we are not going to spend the agenda time with streaming the presentations because you can look at them yourselves. We use the time for interactive discussions. I should have a poll now. No. I had hoped for a poll to show up here with who has seen the videos, who has looked at the slides, but that didn't work out so well. So I think the poll will appear soonish. Let's go on for the moment. This is my standard agenda bashing slide. Due to the format, it's sort of hard to ask the room, have I missed something on the agenda? Need we do some shuffling around? So let's just stick to the agenda for the time being. If it turns out we need more time, I see the problem. James cannot do the poll as he hasn't been promoted to chair yet for the session. Marco, could you do that, Xavier?
Yes, we're going to do it.
Yep, thank you. So the poll will appear shortly. And while we wait for that, we just go on to the next agenda item, which is, again, housekeeping. That's the minutes from RIPE 81 last October. The minutes have been sent to the mailing list and no comments received so far. The chairs have looked at the minutes and found them very detailed and very good quality. So thanks again to the NCC for the good work on that. In a virtual meeting, asking for live feedback is not very useful. So please comment on the mailing list if you have something that needs to be corrected. And the minutes will be declared final in 4 weeks from now on. So there's time to do that on the mailing list. So we have a poll now. Please have a look at the poll and tell us whether you have looked at the slides or not. I click on I have seen all the videos. So has the poll ended now?
For me, there was the timer still running.
You can see the results in poll results at the bottom.
Yeah, I can see the results, but I'm not sure whether everybody has had the chance to click yet. So if I think the timer should be gone now. So we have a few that have actually seen all the videos. About half have seen all or some of the videos, and about half say, no, this comes as a surprise. Randy sends via chat, I cannot click and I have seen all. So I thank all of you who have come prepared. For the rest, I would ask you to just click through the slides that have been uploaded as PDF, because due to timing constraints, we just cannot present all the slides. This is an experiment. If it turns out that we are all unhappy with the result, we do something else next meeting. Or we have a real meeting with real time again, and then we need to change the format anyway. So my slides is already in section B, working group chair selection procedure. As I have announced on the mailing list, it's time again for some working group chair rotation. And this time I'm going to step down and I will not candidate again. So this is, for the time being, my last working group as Address Policy Working Group Chair. It's been a good time. Thank you all. It's been really good discussions, really good times, really good beer with lots of very friendly people. It would be really nice to do this in a big room with proper amount of applause and waving and so, but we will do this next real meeting. So I'm giving the voice to Eric now, because yeah, I cannot do the succession thing. Eric, please take
thanks. Thanks, Gert. It is going to be a change in the working group. You've been doing this now for 18 years. You know, we have been talking about this for quite some time already. It's going to be challenging to fill your shoe size. And we'll definitely do a proper, you know, stepping down party in Berlin next year. So that's something you have. I believe you are running the slideshow. So if you can skip to the next one. No, I need one back. So, we'll do it on this. So the as you've seen on the mailing list, we had in the RIPE 81, we asked for new chairs to be added to the as a co-chair. We had two candidates that said, well, we want to join as a chair for the address policy. We want a candidate. That is James Kennedy and Leo Vergoda. They have been as apprentice chairs, or how do you call that? They've been in the back helping us already, seeing how Gert and I have been doing the chairing of Adder's policy. Although it was a very quiet 6 months, there was still a lot to do, especially for running up for the new sessions, all the preparations that come with that. So on the mailing list, we had already suggested, or I suggested, that we would go from a 2-chair option to a 3-chair option. And although that may give some additional problems when we have to reappoint new chairs when their time is set for reappointment, when the time is up, because we're doing the rotation every 2 years. That is something that we'll deal with at a later time. But at this point, especially with the policy change or the review of the policies that are coming up, it is definitely something that we see as a benefit moving forward, because when it's actually very busy with policy documentation, policy changes, it is good to have an additional set of eyes. And both James and Leo have a lot of experience in the working group already. They both have a lot of experience in working with the policies. They've both worked for the NCC in the past, and they're still very active in this field. So I would like to ask the working group to agree on appointing the new chairs. We've had the discussion already on the mailing list, where the majority said that they were both good candidates. I didn't hear from anybody that they were against this. Any questions on this? Let me read back. Then I would like to say welcome, James. Welcome, Leo. All right. So, having done that, next slide, Gert. So Angela prepared the policy documentation from the various RARs. It is, let me see. And good morning, Angela.
Good morning, everybody.
It was an interesting read to see all the changes in all the various policy or from the Adder's policy groups globally. Anything where you say, well, this stood out specifically on the in the various RARs?
Well, as you saw, if you had a look at the slides, in our region, it looks like everything is very quiet because we have no policy proposals at the moment, but there are many discussions going on, and you will have them also in this working group. And what is interesting is how the PDP is under attention in other RARs. They are tuning it, and especially in Afrinic, let's say they had some challenging moments where the working group chairs for the policy development were recalled, new ones were nominated, and now they're picking up again. So it is an interesting, let's say, moment for the PDP and other registries. Another thing is about transfers, because as you know, lately also the inter-area transfers picked up. So also there some tuning is going on, some questions, especially what is compatible in one policy with the policies of other RARs. So it is a good idea to have a look also to other RARs websites and check what is going on there and is compatible with our policies.
Yeah, definitely. I see that we have Jordi standing on queue. Shall I see if I can provide him with video and audio? Jordi. I have no audio, Jordi.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I should click both the video and the audio to get the audio. Just one small clarification. In slide number 14, sorry, hello, Angela. In slide number 14, there is something that I believe is an incorrect interpretation of situation. There is actually not two proposals for inter-RER that reached consensus. It's only one. What happened is that there are two appeals, one against that proposal and one against the non-consensus declaration of another proposal.
Okay, so yeah, two appeals on the same.
It's true that there is one more pending problem, which is that the board said that they didn't got from the previous recalled co-chairs the ratification request, which I know is not true because I have copies of that. But whatever, that's a different situation. Just for clarification. Okay, because it may be confusing. The long history is that there was initially one proposal from my side for inter-RARs. Then there were two other proposals which were not reciprocal, basically with aiding. And one of those proposals, according to the chairs, not to the community, reached consensus. And that's the reason behind the recall of the chairs and also the appeal committees as complete failure and so on. That's the thing. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying, Jordi.
Thanks for clarification, Jordi. Any other questions? Anybody that wants to speak up? I don't see anybody in the queue currently. Garrett, Leo, do you have any questions for Angela? James?
So I think we have been informed. Good.
Good, and just to let you know, last week LACNIC finished, completed the meeting, and in the beginning of June is going to be the AFNIC meeting. So probably some new news are going to come out of it.
Excellent. We'll be waiting for the update. All right. Thanks, Angela.
Bye.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how to deal with the rest of the session. Since I had done the steering slide, I think I can do the intros as well. So with this, we go to Marco Schmidt, who will bring the report from the NCCRS. I'm not resharing my slides because it makes sense for Marco to share his own. If a question comes up, like I have a question about slide 14, then we can just look at that.
Yes.
So, Marco, here you go.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and nice to be here. And yeah, I'm happy to take any questions or any comments.
Okay. Marco, we've had some during your session. You talked about the fee4 allocations and assignments. Let's take that on. We have a question from the audience. Let's start with Randy. Mr. Bush, good morning. I can't hear you, Randy. This should be better.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
So even though I was there, I've lost the thread of why we have a single organization have multiple LIRs, which seems to be at the root of a number of the things in Marco's presentation. My memory is that, I don't want to justify need across separate POPs. I don't want to have to justify my need in Germany against the allocations in France. Since we're not doing needs-based justification anymore, why are we in this game still? Why are we not discussing one organization, one LIR?
Yeah, if I can take that, that is probably a question not for Address Policy, it's for the general meeting, Randy, because maybe you remember a couple of years ago, I think it was Eric Bice even who stepped forward in the general meeting to make that proposal, and then there was a temporary halt on multiple LAR accounts opening for one member, and then the board looked into it and they came up with a proposal to the membership to continue to continue with that multiple LAR account approach, which was accepted by the membership. And indeed, I agree with you, it created a lot of unwanted side effects that maybe back then nobody really considered or had on its screen, and like one of them is the V6 situation. So yeah, it's definitely a root cause for quite some issues, but probably nothing that the Address Policy can tackle.
Well, we may not be able to decide it, but perhaps we can say to the board that we have a number of problems occurring with Address Policy that are caused by this, and could the membership look at this again?
Yeah, it is.
I actually have something to say on that, and that is not as a chair, but it's as a consultant working for a large company in the last few months. In some cases, I can really understand why companies ask for 2 or 3 LRR accounts and 2 or 3 /29s to come with. Some of these large companies are so unorganized that they really have 3 or 4 fully separated networks. And in that case, it's sort of really hard to do a common network plan. We do still have needs-based. So if you want a 26, you have to demonstrate the need for that. Which makes sense for some networks. For other networks, I can see that it's really complicated due to internal politics. On the other hand, I personally do not think that even 80/29s is a serious problem. We have a question on the Q&A, which sounds much more like a problem. But let's see, we have more in the microphone.
We have Jordi is next. We have a couple people in the queue. Let's start with Hans Petter in this one, and then move to Jordi and Rudiger after that.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So I think this is one of the complicated things, and this relationship between address policy and charging scheme and membership will actually come up in the GM as well, which seems a bit of a chicken and egg problem. As mentioned here, there is a link to policy from getting new address space if you are an LIR. If we hadn't had that, then we wouldn't have had 3,000 plus LIRs that are just there to get another /29, or today it's down to 24 if I remember correctly. So there is a driver there where we implicitly are selling address space by requiring a new sign-up fee and a new membership fee for 2 years. And then changing the fee structure actually affects this. So if we change the fee structure, then there may be a change to policy in order to balance the price of IP addresses. No, this is really a relationship that we don't really want to have. We want to be able to make holistic decisions on fee structure versus policy independently, but they are inherently interconnected with the setup now. Why it is the way is probably, as Gert was saying, we have some very few organizations that needs this. Out of the 20,000 members-ish today, we have around 3,000 more LIRs, so it's kind of like a bit more than 10% of the membership in total that has multiple LIRs. And I would be surprised to see if a large portion of this has this for any other reason than getting more address space. So I think it's really worth discussing this and figuring out a way forward where we can solve both these issues. Where today we don't have one member, one fee. We have one LIR, one fee, and that means that some members are paying more than others. Which is not consistent with the way we've been talking about the fee structure of the year. So I would really thank Randy for bringing this to the table and really hope that we can find somewhere to discuss this and move forward on this matter.
Okay. Jordi.
No
You're still
audio
on
yet?
mute.
Yeah, here you go.
How? Now? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
My point is basically about the same question. I agree with what Gert said, that in some situations multiple LIR accounts are needed, and that was the reason we did the change for IPv6 to match the existing IPv4 policy. Now, looking at the slide number 10 from Marco, he say the policy requirement to justify larger IPv6 allocations is rendered useless. I don't think that's the problem. The problem is that there is abuse, and we may need to somehow clean up the policy or find a way to avoid abuses, because there are real cases where that's a need, and Gert said one example, but in some other cases it's just plain abuse. That's my point. Thank you.
Well, the question before you move on, Jordi, from what I've understood from Marco and the presentation, is that if we're talking purely about the V6 allocations, this is primarily to do by merging LARs that have received a V4 allocation and a V6 allocation, and that there are some members that have, by doing that, have an excessive amount of V6 allocations. That's correct, Marco?
It's partially correct. However, we do see especially in the last year or so, an increased trend that people really consciously requesting the V6 allocation. So not just as a byproduct to the V4, but really consciously requesting it via the multiple LAR accounts, or even via transfer from other providers, other members.
From other providers as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a case for stockpiling?
Yes, for some members, for sure. That's what we observed. Like on the down the
That's
slide
what they
that you
call
see.
abuse. So we should find a way to avoid that somehow.
And indeed, I have no idea why one would do that. It's not like IPv6 is on short and the price will go up anytime soon.
They may think that in the future they will have value, maybe.
Okay.
Like IPv4.
We have Rüdiger in the microphone queue, and we have 3 questions on Q&A, and then the time for this slot is over anyway. So let's proceed. Rüdiger, please. Let's see if this works.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Anybody nodding for hearing me? Oh no. Oh, okay. I'm not looking at the tactics dealing with gaining access to more resources. What I wanted to point out is be very careful about installing a one organization, one layer rule. In the business world, mergers and acquisitions and splits and sell-offs and spin-offs and so on happen all the time for more or less good reasons. And we certainly would not want to have a one organization, one layer rule force to match in the layer organization all the time close connection, close mapping to the actual enterprise organizations. And by the way, I remember that about 25 years ago, I had good reason for asking and negotiating with RIPE NCC a split of the layers for my enterprise, because the existing assignment for enterprise use indeed could not be easily managed by the newly set up ISP LIR operations. Things look much different in those companies these days, but a kind of a strict rule quite certainly is going to create unexpected problems of all kinds. Thanks.
Thank you, Rüdiger.
Thanks, Rüdiger. So we have a couple, we'll close the mic. We have a couple questions in the Q&A. I'll read them out from Lars. We recently passed 100,000 global visible IPv6 routes, which today there are like 120,000 or so. In the light of V6 management becoming much simpler, every CIDR size up to 48 propagating more or less globally, how do we expect the intentional lack of allocation requirements for anything up to a 29 to affect routing table growth in the future?
I think that should be aggregation requirements.
Yep. Then there is.
So I'm not sure we have a good answer here right now, but it's a question that has come up, and I look at the routing tables, and about half the prefixes today are more specifics of allocation blocks. So yes, the policies suggest you should be allocate, and there's a RIPE document that says you should aggregate. But address policy can't actually force anyone. I've tried to bring this up in routing. The result was, yeah, but we have a document that says you should be aggregating. So this is certainly an important topic, but we can't solve it today here.
Okay. Vessel Sandkaal. Are 24s regularly moved out of the reserve pool and into the free pool? And if so, at what rate? And then the second question, are there more 24s due to be added to the reserve pool? And if so, how many?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to answer that. So yeah, it's correct. Regularly, we move /24s out of the reserve pool, although I have to make a distinction there. We have a reserve pool that is fixed, where we, for example, have around the /13 for temporary assignments and so on. However, whenever we deregister address space, they go into quarantine for normally around 6 months. And then after 6 months, they're going to be released to the free pool. And we talk about roughly 20/24s per week that are being released from quarantine into the free pool. And at this moment, it is also roughly the same amount that we deregister. Of course, this is not steady over the year. You can imagine that at the end of the billing period, so if there's a large amount of deregistration happen due to non-payment, which creates a spike, but in average, right now we get 20/24s into our pools. They stay in quarantine, and 6 months later they go into the free pool. And I pulled up here quickly the stats, how many /24s we hand out per month, and you see this is what we hand out is slowly exceeding what we, let's say, get in, and this is expected, and we expect over the next years that we deregister less and less IPv4 address space.
Okay, thanks.
So we're at run out of the run out.
Yes. And
we're still running out.
Another couple runouts. So last question from Peter Hessler from DNIC regarding IPv4 allocation versus assignment. How many of the announced allocations without assignments are announced as exact the same size as the allocation? And now, obviously, this has to do with a lot of them already being 24s and then not being able to register in the database at 24 as an assignment. That's a technical difficulty. We'll talk about that later as well in the presentation from James. But do you have some numbers from ARCS and what you see currently?
Marco? I would have to look into numbers for allocations larger than a /24. So I can bring it up to the mailing list, but I just put up this slide number 6. So for the allocations that we hand out of the size /24, obviously there is no smaller size to be announced, and we talk about 81% that are without assignments and are announced of the whole allocation size.
And that is 80% out of the 1800.
It's 80% of the 1100. So it's roughly also 80% of the 1800, but we really looked at the ones that are announced, because there we can assume they are really in use. So they are supposed to have assignments in it according to the policy, but more than 80% haven't.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Marco. Thanks for the updates.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have before you leave, I have one question. There is a charging scheme change coming up. This has potential impact on the starting of new LARs because the plan is to lower the fees for the setup fees, basically. Do you see an increase already, or how far is that moving forward now that the price for IPv4 is moving up? And do you expect to see a new rush coming up, even with the waiting list?
Yes, I do. I can't really right now foresee the size, but I had stopped sharing my slides, but I also mentioned it already right now. Around 10% of the /24s are going to multiple LARs with a maximum one member open 12 accounts already to get /24s. And it seems more and more organizations making the calculation, what is the price for membership and what is the price for getting IPv4 on the transfer market. And obviously, if they then, if the new charging scheme would be accepted, we'll see the price for the membership even goes down. I do think some people will do the math and it will increase more. Yes.
Okay.
The original plan was to have a short coffee break here. Hans-Peter wants to say something, so a quick round and then coffee.
Yeah, thanks for that. This may sound by nitpicking, but I think it's important when we talk about the fee structure versus policy. Please note that it's a fee per LIR. It's not a membership fee. So when we, in the current structure we have a fee per LIR, so that basically you have to have one LIR to become a member, but then you can set up multiple LIRs to get more address space. Now, the reason we have that policy in place is that it was possible to have multiple membership. It was discovered that that's not allowed under Dutch law. As one organization, you can only have one membership. And then we had the split between membership and LIRs. And then we're in the current situation because the policy allows a member to set up multiple LIRs and get more address space, which is what the policy for the last /8 was set up to prevent in the first case. Now, the reason why we didn't prohibit that is that if we don't stop that, then any organization will simply set up cheap daughter companies or PO box companies in order to register additional memberships and get. So we're kind of in a position where we really want to have a structure that we can simplify without having this additional work of setting up additional LIRs for just the purpose of getting more address space. So I'm not RIPE NCC doesn't have a position on whether you need multiple LIRs to manage your stuff or not. That's kind of that's a separate thing. But the additional overhead of creating LIR structure and having fees assigned to something that is due to policy is probably something that it would be worthwhile to see how we can get out of that thing. And I don't have a good solution to that, but please tune into the discussion that is coming up into GM on Wednesday to see how we can bring that forward. And that needs close coordination with address policy. So just, it's not the membership fee, it's the LIR fee, and we need to get that thinking right.
Okay, thanks, Hans-Peter. So we do have a short bio break. And we'll see each other back in 5 minutes. Let's make that 7, then we'll start at 11:20. Marco, can you put the music back on, or?
Yes, will do. Hold on.
So my clock says it's 20 past. So that's on. Nurani Hervé, are you here? Yes.
Yes, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, my camera is, I think, out, but my voice is there. Can answer any questions.
Okay.
I see some questions in the Q&A, but these were about the multiple LIR and the Afrinic discussion, so this is not for you. Any questions on the ASO AC report? The video is online. I don't see slides online, so if you could upload the slides eventually, that would be great.
We'll see if it's works.
You need to stop sharing. Good.
Yeah. Wait. Click here. I actually wanted the slides on the agenda page, not so much shared right now. It says a new deck is being shared, but that's all.
Yeah, but I saw Xavier Xavier Lebris as a name.
Just to share them.
Okay. That's not the good slide because it was about the NC election.
So
there should be a preloaded option, I believe.
Okay. If this is it working, Hervé? Otherwise,
no, because I think so. The sharing is taken by somebody else.
Okay.
You should be able to try it now.
Okay.
There it is.
Great.
So we had the report already. We'll skip through the whole introduction stuff.
Yeah. So you have the comment of the report, and so online. So it's useless to talk about that, I think. But the most important thing is the part that Nurani commented. It's about so the next elections that will be performed so via the ASO AC. So we first you will have soon the result of the seat 9 of the board of directors, the ICANN election, but we are waiting for the due diligence performed by the ICANN. And so there will be 2 elections. There will be the 1 seat of the nomination committee of the ICANN. So there will be some procedures and timeline shared by every regional intelligence registry. So could be could be announced in a few weeks, I think. So, so it's a message to the community if you are interested in that election and to be part of the nomination committee. So it's a committee to design some important function within the ICANN. So you can be candidate to that. And there will be another election. It's the seat 10 of the ICANN board of director. So it's currently it is currently held by the APNIC, and so there will be election starting in the second half of 2021, and there will be so another announce. So from the RIPE NCC from our region. So when again, if you are interested in, so don't hesitate to be candidate, and don't hesitate to contact Noorani or me for that. And it could be good to so to have some members of the community interested in that.
Okay. Anybody have a question for Hervé or Noorani? Hi, Noorani.
Hi, I just wanted to add also that if you're interested in the ICANN board, get in touch with, obviously us, but also anyone who's serving on the ICANN board now or has done it before, because it might be difficult for people of the community to know what is required. So I'd recommend everyone to speak to those who've started before to get a sense of what's involved.
When is the due date for this?
The due date, sorry, so it's not fixed yet.
Okay, all right. So there's still some time for people to.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
But just be careful to the message from the RIPE NCC, because it will be announced by every, as I said, by every regional internet registry.
Okay, all right. I don't see any questions. Nobody in the queue. Thanks, Noorani. Thanks, Hervé.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Then we go to Ulka for the NRO NC.
Hi. I would like to just load the slides. Just give me a second. I don't, yeah, found it. Just give me a second.
Yes,
Great.
it looks good.
Yeah, great. So I'm just here to remind everyone that we're holding the NRO NC elections for May 2021 at this RIPE meeting. This election is to fill Feliz Yilmaz's seat. Thank you, Feliz, for serving on the NRO NC. That's the Number Resource Organization Numbering Council. Feliz ends her term on the 31st of May. And the term for this seat ends on the 31st of December 2022. So it's to complete Feliz's term. All checked in RIPE 82 attendees are eligible to vote. You need to do two things to vote. You need to check yourself in as being present at this RIPE meeting, and you need to register to vote. So you have the link here. It's under parallel events on the RIPE 82 website. And you can check in via your registration page. The meeting team sends an email every morning which contains the link to your registration page. So please just go there and check in. If you do not check in, you will not be eligible to vote. You will not receive the vote, even if you have registered. So please make sure you've checked in by 6 p.m. UTC+2 tomorrow, on Thursday, the 20th of May. Voting will open at 7 UTC+2 on Thursday, and it will close on Friday morning, the 21st of May at 10:30 UTC+2. And the RIPE chair will announce the results in the closing plenary. We have two candidates standing for election, and I will give the floor to our first candidate to introduce himself.
Hi, everyone. Intimidating to see your name like that. So I'm James. I've been involved in the whole RIPE setup for the past 12 years at this stage. For 3.5 years, I was IP resource analyst at the RIPE, working at the RIPE NCC. And yeah, since then, I've been managing the IP address space for an international internet provider in Europe. I'm a regular attendee of the RIPE meetings over this period of time. I've been through the PDP process. I've had a policy back in 2015, I think it was. So yeah, I have a good understanding and deep appreciation of the whole bottom-up consensus-based open policy discussion model that we all practice. And yeah, with your blessing, I'd like to take my knowledge and experience to the NRO NC and help them achieve their objectives. That's me.
Thank you, James. Our second candidate is Robert Pooler, who has unfortunately not confirmed to me whether he's attending this session. So I thought I would just check one last time if he's in the audience, but I do not see him in the participant list. So Robert, if you're here. And I don't see him here, so we can move on. Thank you. If you do have any questions, you can email nominations@ripe.net about registering or voting. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions in the Q&A, so nobody in the waiting list. Let's move on. Then, again, we have James Kennedy to talk about the database task force. James put a presentation online, and also the video was already provided. James, floor is yours. Let's go through the small things, and then open the mic for the discussion, and for the questions that we cannot answer, we'll take it to the mailing list.
Absolutely. So I'm under instructions that yeah, I've already uploaded the video, so I hope you've all seen it or at least read through the slides. But I'll give you a quick summary, and we can talk about it here for a few minutes. Otherwise, you can feedback. I can show you how to feedback to the task force for us to take into consideration anything that we might be overlooking. But in essence, what we're recommending, so yeah, we're finalizing our document. We want to have a call for comments on the final draft over the coming weeks, we hope. But yeah, on Friday, Vijal will have more detail on the general status of the task force and our objective. But I wanted to highlight a recommendation that we're currently working on that's related to address policy directly. So, and it's also related to previous discussions we had with Marco, and yeah, for what's going to come. So basically, the recommendation is to remove the hard policy that requires all PA IPv4 assignments to be registered in the database, but of course, you know, still make it, still keep the functionality there to allow people to use it if they need. So in essence, giving the PA allocation holders the freedom to make or register PA assignments IPv4 and enum objects in the right database or not. However, we caveat that with, if you are going to suballocate or partition a chunk of your PA address space to a third party, to another entity, we would recommend that these be registered in the right database. The rationale involved are in my previous slides. I think time-wise we're a bit short that I can't go through it all in detail, but again, feel free to read on the website. But if you have any initial feedback to this recommendation that we're working on, is there anything you would like us to take into consideration? Yeah, either let us know now, or I can tell you how we can do so afterwards.
Okay, so there was already some discussion posted based on the video from Dennis on the mailing list, lengthy email. I do not see any questions currently coming up.
There was one point I think that I'd like to clarify for Dennis and anyone else who might have read the video. We're not proposing to remove any data that's currently in the database. We're not proposing. Sorry, wrong word. We're we're not recommending this function be removed for people. It's specifically for the hard policy that requires all PA assignments to be registered in the database to remove that. For one example, a couple of examples previously, to qualify for additional address space, it was required for the LAOers to show the utilization of the current pools, and that was mainly done through INetNum objects for PA assignments. Not only, but that was a key factor. But since the NCC ran out of IP version 4 again, is this really a hard requirement? And also, as Marco said, quite a few /24 PA allocations are now out there in the field, and under current policy, they must be registered in PA assignments, the address space that's being used, even if it's used contiguous in the /24. They can't register that because you cannot register overlapping INetNum objects of the same range. So taking these into consideration, the main point of this, my quick update here is to, let us know if there's anything you'd like us to take into consideration into our report that maybe we're overlooking.
Okay. I have one remark from Peter Hessler, from Internet community member. I'll read it out. I have always been confused on the details of registering IP assignments in the database, so some detailed guidance on this would be extremely welcome. And Jordi Palette is saying, I agree with Dennis's points. We can't back the work done by the database task force.
I want to actually comment on that, not as an ex-chair, but also as an LIR address manager, which has been what brought me into all this 20 years ago. I think this is a valid suggestion to rethink what we want to have in the database. I'm not saying that the database task force recommendation is something we must follow, but it's definitely something we carefully need to consider. Back 20 years ago, you put in the telephone numbers of people that are responsible for certain address blocks, and that was the end customer holding the addresses. Today, with today's business structures, if I put the CEO of our end customer in there who has a /29 from us, and you go calling him and say, yeah, there's a problem with your IP address, that will most definitely not lead to what you think it might lead to. So we need to reconsider what we want in there. Do we want the name of the end customers there? Do we want the contact details of some persons that are in a way related to that company but might not actually be a useful contact? We're not going to solve this in 3 minutes, but I think it's a very, very valid point that the database task force brought up.
Yeah, no, good point. There is also the part about the that was also mentioned by in your presentation, but also in the presentation from Marco, about LARs being allocated a 24, using the 24 as that was the use for their network. So basically creating an assignment for a 24, besides the fact that it's currently not possible in the database, the 24 is what they actually use. So basically you're duplicating the same information as an assignment as you have for the allocation, which doesn't make any sense. That has come up with ARCs already. I've had the discussion already with Marco on that, and we'll need to see how we can move forward on that as well. Thanks, James. And let's go and see if Remco is available.
Well,
If you can unshare your screen, James.
Right, let's see if I can get this to work. Marvelous. Well, as opposed to all the other presentations, I haven't pre-recorded mine, also because I finished it at 11:30 last night. In the time-honored tradition of doing late address policy presentations. This one's called YPI, and people who've been in the room for too long recognize this statement. It was one of the statements in the ASCII art form allocation request that you had to fill in and send via email to get an allocation or an assignment from the RIPE NCC up until the mid-2000s, I think. And I'm here today to talk to you about why PI. No, honestly, why? And I'm not doing this in the form of a policy proposal, and it might not even be address policy, but I just want to put this in front of you and see where we take this. So let's see if I can find slides. Yes, here we go. So we have a whole bunch of flavors of address space. This is just a number of the V4 flavors. You've got legacy, allocated PA, assigned PA, assigned PI, assigned any cost. You don't really think that's all of them, right? If I dive into the database and I look at the INetNum registrations, this is what comes up. It's a bit of a zoo, and one of the things that caught my attention was that apparently we allow typos in the status field, and there's many thousands of them, and 4 typos are actually more common than the valid status of assigned any cost, which is all not fantastic, and you can certainly question yourself whether how much of this still has relevance in today's situation. Now, if you then focused on assigned, I mean, bearing in mind the whole discussion we had just now about the 24s not being able to be assigned, this is roughly sort of the breakdown in the number of INetNum records, the number of entries in the database. And if you then put that into a helpful pie chart, you see that legacy is about 3%, PA is 96 odd percent, PI is, I think, somewhere in the 0.6% of INetNums, and then any cost is actually less than a rounding error. Now, if you look at IPv6, which has hopefully a little bit less legacy in the literal and transitive form of it in the database. So, and you go have a look at this again, and again there are 2 typos that are more common than assigned any cost. And the other thing that actually also struck me is that we're actually abusing a status to represent something it isn't. Allocated by RIR, this block was actually allocated by the IANA, which is it's sort of a weird cyclical thing to say. So this statement is true, except that it's not true. So looking at assigned again, you see there's a breakdown of 567,000 assigned, 46,000 aggregated by LIR, which is sort of assigned, but in a streamlined form. We've got assigned PI and assigned any cost, and if you put that into a helpful pie chart, you're seeing that basically everything that's not associated with PA is essentially a rounding error in terms of number of entries. Now, how much of this still matters? And a lot of this was informed by old pieces of policy to set limitations or criteria on which piece of the puzzle goes where. Do we have a special case for people running Anycast? Do we want something special for this? Do we do something for that? And we felt that it was all necessary to document that in the RIPE database. Now, the RIPE database has gone through in its purpose. I mean, the core purpose is of course unchanged, but what it does and how it does it has changed quite a lot. Originally, the database was the whole registration and nothing but the registration, and RIPE NCC did not have additional records other than the database. Of course, we've moved on from that a long time ago. There's CRM aspects, there's business relationship aspects that are not reflected in the database. Yet some of these artifacts are still in the database. So how much of this actually still has operational relevance at this day and age? Now, I'm going to apply the first law of Curtis here, which is if you think you're special, you're probably wrong. And take that lens and look at sort of what are the various aspects that we're administering and making visible. Allocated, sure. I mean, we want to make sure that if I look at if I want to know who's responsible for a piece of address space, knowing that it has been handed out to a contracted entity in some way, shape, or form, yeah, that's relevant. Assigned, well, definitely. I mean, the question here is this being used, and if so, by whom? Is of course very, very valid. Going to more contentious bits of it. Legacy. Is a legacy flag operationally relevant in the database? Isn't legacy just an admin flag inside of the RIPE NCC that informs who should or should not be able to update these records? So I'm guessing it's probably no operational relevance to this. Anycast. Anycast is a hard no. I mean, kind of the point of Anycast is that it functions as unicast, except that you handle it from multiple points of residence. So there's no relevance from an operational perspective on this. So what if we just did a massive cleanup and not just the typos, and which obviously I think need to have a script run against them and make sure that we are getting consistent statuses, just for the sake of people writing scripts. What will we gain? Well, if we just went to INET nums that are either allocated or assigned, we get a lot more clarity and consistency in our database. We have a lot less room for loopholes, and we get much simpler policy and certainly much simpler procedures around all of this. So why would we look at this now? Well, it's actually this. We've touched on this before in this session. It's sort of the combination of policy informing charging scheme, informing membership structure, informing, and it creates a circle. But actually, the result of what we currently have in the database, and which are remnants of address policy that is no longer being applied, but as a result of still being in the database, still has some validity. It defines a very rigid model for the RIPE NCC to follow for the structure of the membership. And it's actually mostly based on how we used to distribute IPv4. So if we want to give room to evolve the membership structure and charging schemes, and based on what today looks like, I think we need a clean break with the policy and database that no longer sort of prescribes the way the RIPE NCC membership should structure itself, but rather allow it to accurately reflect reality. I mean, going back to the discussion about multiple LIRs per member is exactly one of these artifacts that should be cleaned up. Direct assignments, sponsoring LIRs. We have a pretty big zoo of options that could do with a fresh look. But with what we have right now in terms of policy and RIPE NCC being instructed to implement policy, because that's sort of foundational to the RIPE NCC, maybe we should think as a community on cleaning up the old stuff so we can actually go and move forward with evolving structures that actually fit the current day and age. I'm looking at the chairs now. I didn't have like a question section in here, but I think we're going to have like a wider discussion on policy. Eric?
Yeah, so thanks for the quick presentation. I was a bit worried about time and the amount of slides that you put up. Can you go back to the slide which basically says, this is what I'm proposing in a short one?
Let's see. Here we go. This.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So if I understand correctly, try to avoid as many additional statuses for the INET NUMs, both for V4 and V6, without having any kind of contractual agreements status assigned or allocated to those, and move on from there, and then let the contractual side be done by the membership in the GM and the executive board. Is that a...
That's a reasonably fair description. I mean, mostly what I think is that the database should no longer be used to reflect the business relationship between whatever entity has an entry in the database and the RIPE NCC, which is what it's currently prescribing.
Okay. All right. So we have a couple of questions. I have one from Elvis from V4 Escrow. Question: so make all PI owners LIRs?
Well, excellent question, Elvis. That's not what I'm proposing. That is something that is then up to the membership and the RIPE NCC as an association to decide whether that is a better structure going forward. So it's not. I'm not saying that we should do this right now. I should do. What I will say is that yes, if this is a possible outcome out of a membership consultation, general meeting agreement, et cetera, which can only happen if community policy allows for it at all, and currently it doesn't.
Okay. Moving further, Christian Bretterhofer. Phone numbers can currently be received from telcos, and they can be kept back as you move to different telcos. That's what PI space is for. So I think we need less PA space and more PI space. Carriers should just route to more. Carriers should route to more PI space.
I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that. I am sure that if we find more V4 address space to hand out, we could certainly build a policy that turns that into PI. And effectively, by handing out /24s, where that we can actually no longer put assignments in, it has become PI. But PI versus PA, certainly in this day and age, it is such, what is the difference? The difference is who you're paying for it. That's it. It doesn't have any functional operational difference. If you get your own LIR with your own PA space, that is effectively the only difference is who are you paying for it and how much are you paying for it. There's zero difference. Of course, if you're taking someone's PA space and using it and then you're moving to someone else, of course you're going to give it back. That's PA, and that's what it's always been like. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Good.
Yeah, but actually, what Remco just said is the most interesting bit about it. The difference between allocated and assigned PI is who are you paying for. So if we want to do away with that distinction, it needs to be considered very thoroughly. We tried to do that a couple of years ago, and the resulting policy proposal was a nightmare. So back then it didn't work out. But I don't know. Let's see what the discussion brings.
Okay. I have a remark from Alex Leheux. Can we stop talking about phone numbers and just silly details and maybe take a step back and just ask ourselves, what does the right database need to do today, and then go and implement that?
Yes. Thanks, Alex.
Yes, please. I'm closing the mic, by the way, because otherwise we'll have not enough time for the rest of the agenda. I have 3 questions. I have a couple more questions in Q&A, and we'll just move through those. Sergey, membership can't decide the community policy. Please don't seek the membership consent without consensus within address policy working group.
I think that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. Is trying to get consensus within address policy, get the community to decide on a new policy framework that we can then take to the membership and go from there.
Petra Seidler. If I'm a new network admin for an entity that has PI and the documentation at the entity is lacking, how do I find out what type of assignment it has if I can look it up? If I can't look it up in the database?
Well, you should have a contract with anyone. Ever since we implemented 2007-01, there is a paper trail for everything, including PIs.
Yes. Peter Hessler, comment about requesting cleaning up of the database. I started participating in the database working group, especially because some of my objects were modified by the NCC without my knowledge as part of the cleanup process requested by the working group. Any sort of modification in the database must be told to the affected contacts before changes are done.
Yes.
And another one from Peter regarding converting PI to LARs. I have some PI address space specifically because I don't want my home address published in the database or on the right database, on the right website.
Well, that's no longer allowed by GDPR anyway, so.
And then we have Daniel Karrenberg. Will we be getting the systematic review discussion?
That's for you to answer. And with that, I'm going to unshare. Thank you for your time.
Then I have a short question from Elvis. Elvis, you have the mic.
Hey guys, I hope this will work. Yeah, just a question regarding this transformation. So I think more of a comment, a bit of a longer one, I hope. I have a couple of minutes, maybe less. So in order for this to work, we would have to find a way to have address space still given out to companies that don't want to become a member. And we have the sponsoring LIR thing now that when we give up on the PI, we would basically just have to figure out a way for that to work. Allow address space to move to non-members. Right now, PA can only move to members. And it's extremely complicated. We've tried this in 2015. I co-authored the proposal then, and the community thought it was extremely complicated. Maybe this time we'll find a different approach, I hope. I agree that this would make sense, but it has to be worked from many angles.
Yeah, so one of the topics that Remco is starting here is to uncouple the actual contractual relationship with the actual information in the database. So first, the working group here needs to decide, can we move to a common status for any color of IP space, whether it's allocated, assigned PI or legacy, that kind of stuff, and without having an effect on the actual contractual relationship with the NCC or the intermediate LAR, and then move from there. And if the NCC with the membership in the GM decide at some point that we need to have an overlook in the contractual relationships, at least then we can have that discussion. But before we do this step, that's not an option because policy won't allow it. Okay.
So we're running out of time, and I noticed that I actually messed up my steering slides. So I don't have a slide for the last agenda item. I do have a slide for goodbye, but we do want to at least mention the last item on the agenda. I think I hand the microphone to Leo because it was his idea to start with. Maybe just describe what you have been thinking of, and then we need to put it on the list anyway.
Thank you very much. So the last item on the agenda is something that has been raised recently on the mailing list, and that is to have a structured review of the policy, and to basically go and say, we have all of this policy that was accumulated over decades, and what is the current status of the world, and does the policy fit the current status of the world, and is it fit for the current status of the world? Clearly, we're not going to have time to get into the detail of that today, but this is something that we wanted to raise as a policy topic. That gives us the opportunity to systematically go through each element of the policy in a structured way and make sure that we are fit for purpose. So if anyone has a comment on whether this is a good idea, a useful use of the working group's time, it would be great if people could add a note in the Q&A, or if there's a quick someone who wants to quickly make a spoken statement, then we have a couple of minutes for that while we run into people's lunch break.
I have feedback from Sander Stefan on the chat, and he says he doesn't want to use the mic because it takes too long, but he likes the idea, wants to take part of it and do all the work.
All the work even. Well, I hear that you have some time, as you're now, this was the last official time for you as chair. That means that you can start working again in the working group as with policy work. Are you intent to help us out on that, Gert?
Certainly not run away. So I will help, of course. And I think it's a reasonable idea.
Yes, definitely. I would like to thank Leo for the suggestion. We definitely need to take this to the mailing list. As we also have the scribe on the working group, I want to thank Suzanne Taylor for scribing here this whole session and keeping track of everybody and all the questions. If there is no other topic that we have missed, and I don't think we have, I would like to thank you all for attending. I would like to thank Gert for all his hard work, and see you all next time. And any questions, use the mailing list. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Can anybody hear me? I'm kind of like trapped here. Can you hear me? Hello?
Initiate countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Damn, I think it's stuck.
2, 1.
So, welcome everybody back again to the Ripe 82 Kahoot quiz. I think you can hear me now. Sorry about yesterday. My name is Gerardo Viveros, and I am your quiz master. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, I just want to tell you that we are broadcasting today from a server I learned how to hack thanks to the Cybersecurity Challenge. Thank you, Cybersecurity Challenge. So, today's topic of the quiz is best practices.
Good luck.
Yeah, you'll need it because we're going to ask you all kinds of questions about best practices in RPKI, IPv6, and whatever else I want to ask you about. Today's quiz is sponsored by German Edge Cloud. Thank you, German Edge Cloud. So let me tell you how to play this game. I'm going to show you a question and then 4 possible answers, and you have to choose the right answer as quick as possible. The person who gets the right answer the fastest gets points. And of course, there are some questions which are going to be a little bit tricky, like, you know, like really tricky. Yeah, tricky. Okay, I won't say that word anymore. But the thing is that you might have more than one answer. So you'll have to choose one answer that is correct and as quick as possible. If you doubt, whatever was that? If you doubt, then you will lose points. Anyways, I think we have, 41 people, and it's 47 past the hour. It's time to start. And you know, you can always join just by typing in this PIN code 2802231. So let's get on with the party. First question. It's gonna be about best common practices, we said. Ouch! Yeah, best common practices. Question number 1. If you assign a /48 to every human being on Earth, how long would IPv6 last? Is it over 480 years? Is it we're now on IPv7? Is it around 480 days, or is it less than 840 months?
Let's party.
Yeah, let's party. Choose one of these 4, which is actually really easy. Yes, I think 3 people pressed random, and the rest of you got the right answer. If you would distribute a /48 to every human being on Earth, it would last more than 480 years.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? That's the question I always ask. And the scoreboard says Jimmy Riddle at the top, Andy D, RSC263, Tom, and Herman. By the way, remember when you put in your nick to put in your registration number so that we can find you and give you your prize. Well, send you your prize.
Who was that?
Yeah, who was that? That's what we will ask when you don't have your registration number. Next question. Is it good practice to drop all RPKI unknown BGP announcements? So if you get an RPKI unknown BGP announcement, would you drop it? Yes? No? Are you going to ask me what is RPKI and if you fear the unknown? Do you fear the unknown?
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. But I am sure about the answer to this question. Do you drop all RPKI unknown BGP announcements? No, no. If you come to one of our training courses, you will probably already know that. Anyways, scoreboard says Jimmy Riddle still at the front, Andy D, RSC263, Cynthia120, and /me, which is not me. Oh! Yeah, unfortunately. Next question. Which RIPE document specifies a BCOP for IPv6? Is it the RIPE 666? Is it RIPE 404? Is it RIPE 690? Or there is no such BCOP? Which would mean that maybe you should write one. But the answer is actually easy. Is it RIPE 666? Is it RIPE 404? Or is it RIPE 690? Or is there no such BCOP? And the right answer is RIPE 690. 29 of you have been around long enough to know. and have probably read it. How many of you have actually read it? That is the question. And the scoreboard says Jimmy Riddle still at the front, RSC 263, Kron 2, Herman, and Cynthia 120, who is on fire. On to the question number 4. Why should you run 2 different validators? 1, is it to use that extra hardware that was left behind by a former colleague? Is it 2, to confuse the BGP hijackers? 3, should I actually run a validator? And 4, for redundancy and bugs. And this one is also really easy. The right answer is for redundancy and bugs. You don't confuse BGP hijackers by running 2 validators. Duh. Anyways, on to the next question. But first, let's look at the scoreboard. Jimmy Riddle still at the front. I think Jimmy Riddle knows all the answers, so you'd better find him and disconnect him. RSC 263, Cynthia 120, and Herman Kron 2. Question number 5. What does MANNERS stand for? Is it mutual agreed nerds for routing suppleness? Is it mutually agreed norms for routing security? Is it mutual agreements never strip sheets? That's a tongue twister. Man, Aragon never reacts subtly. Anyways, one of these is the right answer. I'm not going to repeat those. And the right answer is mutually agreed norms for routing security. Some people pressed the red button because it was the first one, but it's not mutually agreed nerds for routing suppleness. That's just my definition. And the scoreboard is Jimmy Riddle at the front, RSC 263, Kron 2, Herman, and /me. Next question. How can you best manage the coordination that is required by MANNERS? Implement anti-spoofing techniques, filter all your routes, learn to dance, or maintain your RIPE database entries. I agree with you, Flipper. That is true. So, which one of these 4 is the right one? If you are not pressing the right answer, then are you crazy? The right answer is maintain your RIPE database entries. That's how you do coordination that MANNERS requires. Implementing anti-spoofing techniques is not part of the coordination. Filtering all your routes is not part of the coordination. And learning how to dance is part of your personal coordination. On to the scoreboard. /me took the lead. Herman, Laura 270, Vista 676, and Guigui 227. I hope I pronounced that right. Next question is, preventing propagation of incorrect routing information is the definition of global validation, anti-spoofing, filtering, or coordination. Let's party! Yeah, you want to party. So is it global validation, anti-spoofing, filtering, coordination? Which of these 4? And if you don't know, just press randomly. Oh! The right answer is filtering. So filtering is the prevention or preventing the propagation of incorrect routing information. And that's also part of MANNERS. Best common practices. /me took the lead. Vista 676, Diman, END, and ANDD. Question number 8. And this is a multi-select, meaning you can choose more than one. So which action does MANNERS recommend for routing security? Is it coordination? Is it anti-spoofing? Is it filtering? Or is it global validation? Ha ha ha. Which one of these 4 is the right answer? It's actually really easy. And like I said, nobody loses here. All of them are actions MANNERS recommends for routing security. So you all got it right. That was a free bonus question. And the scoreboard says Eric B taking the lead, Andy D, Herman /me, and Vista 676. On to question number 9. If your ROA matches your routing intentions, what do you do? Do you ask yourself, what is a ROA? What am I doing here? What does life mean? Do you think something went wrong? Is it a coincidence or you are a hero? So which one of these 4 is it if your ROA matches your routing intentions?
It's time to party.
The right answer is you are a hero. If something went wrong, and if it's a coincidence, then you don't know what you're doing. And I would recommend to you, what? Come to the training course. And the scoreboard says Andy D taking the lead. Eric B, Herman, Vista 676 and /me. Question number 10. You still have 3 questions to turn this around. Using ULAs to number the WAN link to the end user CPE is, I use UFOs instead, of course, strongly discouraged, strongly encouraged, or impossible to do. Which one of these 4 possibilities is it? Ow! So, is it strongly discouraged? Is it strongly encouraged? It's strongly discouraged. And if you want to know from which RIPE document I took that question, you already know it. On to the next question. But first, let's look at the scoreboard. Herman taking the lead. Cron2, /me, Vista, and Andy D. Question number 11. As a best practice, use max length. What is max length, you ask? Well, then you should also come to the training course. With adequate protection as strictly as possible or anytime you need more address space. So, as a best practice, use max length for what? One of these 4 is the right answer. Yeah, if you got it wrong, it's because you pressed randomly a color or you didn't know. So use max length in the ROA and RPKI as strictly as possible. That's the best common practice. Let's see, scoreboard. Herman's still at the front. On 2, /me, Vista 676, and Sherber. I know. Last question. This one is the one that makes or breaks. Anti-spoofing is to protect against the illegitimate use of IP addresses, Guy Fawkes masks, bandwidth, or magic. So, what do we define anti-spoofing to be? Is it to protect against the illegitimate use of IP addresses, Guy Fawkes masks, bandwidth, or magic? And the right answer is IP addresses. So in case you want somebody to not use your IP addresses, you would do anti-spoofing, or actually to not use somebody else's IP addresses. And let's see what the podium is. Number 3, /me. Number 2, Cron2. And number 1, Herman 780. Congratulations, all 3. Herman, I think that is your registration number, so we will be able to find you. Well, we will be able to send you the prize, of course. We don't know if we will be able to find you. We'll leave that over to some other organization. But thank you, everybody, for playing, and we hope you had fun and learned something new. Thank you to our sponsor, German Edge Cloud.
I love you.
We will be back again tomorrow for another quiz, so get ready because we're going to test your knowledge again. Enjoy the next RIPE 82 session and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. I think time to start. Welcome everyone to the open source group. I hope you can all hear me well. So let's just start with it. We have a very interesting program again, so a few more details on that in a minute. So let's just start. First thing, housekeeping. If you are joining with Meet Echo, that's how you can actually send also audio questions and so we have like the on the top there, you will see some of the audio video cues there where you can like put in there. Say the key thing is remember to have your name officially in there to state it out loud if you're talking to it. There is also a Q&A window if you rather want to write it, and then we will basically read it out or the speaker and answer it. And the sessions are recorded basically, and also with the chat logs, all that stuff there. Okay, with that, I'll hand it over to Andre.
Thank you very much, Martin. And please let me introduce the agenda. As usual, we have a very interesting agenda, but you know it, this is your favorite working group. So we have basically, except the administrative matters, we have 3 great presentations. First will be from Alexander from Curator Labs, and it's about MLX Toolkit, interesting toolkit to manage switches. And for me, a very interesting project because it's written in Perl, and I am a fan of Perl as well. So that's presentation number 1. The second will be delivered by Marcos from DKIX, although it's probably on behalf of more organization. It's a open source tool for IXP API, which was developed, I think, jointly by M6 Links and DKIX. And this one is Python, but again, something related to routing on switching. And the last one will be presented by Csaba and Frederick from FreeRTR. It's an update since RIPE 71. And this is a project that was already, as I said, presented. It's written in Java. And again, it's really core routing as you like it in open source, which those presentations are here very often. So with that, I think we can continue with administrative matters, unless you have some comments or additions. So do you have any additions? Do you want to change something? I wait like 10 more seconds. And if I don't hear anything, which I do not hear, I will pass mic back to Martin to start with some administrative matters.
Okay, so I already welcomed you, so it's great to have a large audience again. I see about 300 who are already done with their lunch, a bit more than 300. Great. I welcome also the few thousands who will listen to that afterwards in the archive. The agenda, as already mentioned, I'm not sure if there are any questions, changes requested for the agenda. I don't see anything, so let's go on. Then we have the minutes from the previous working group meeting. They were, as always, they're always posted on the RIPE web pages there, so you can always go look at them. RIPE does a wonderful job to like write that stuff up and post it there. It's probably was mailed out to the list too. I'm not absolutely sure on that one, but they're always like posted there. For action lists, I don't think there is anything left. If there is anything which should have been there, feel free to speak up too. But other than that, I think let's just get ready with the cool talks. And I think I give it back. So, Andre.
Thank you, Martin. So I would like to welcome Alexander Zubkov from Curator Labs. Actually, here he is. So Alexander, the floor is yours. And
hello, everybody. Let me open the presentation.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Alexander Zubkov. I work at Curator Labs. You already had, and today I want to present to you our tool we use to configure Mellanox switches running under SwitchDev. If you're not familiar with SwitchDev, I have a little introduction. It is an infrastructure in the Linux kernel that allows the switch driver to map its configuration to Linux networking interfaces. And this process is called offloading, and when you use different tools in Linux, you can see the word offload, and that means that this configuration is also installed into the hardware of the switch. So you can use basic and common Linux tools like iproute and sysctl and ETH tool to configure your switch. And that's great because you also can use any other tool that available for Linux on your switch, like routing daemons or monitoring software. But there is a little issue. Your configuration will look like this. You need to configure everything step by step from the lower layer by small pieces. And for startup of your switch, you can create a big script which will do all that. And if you accurate, it's somewhat manageable by hand. But of course, you want to introduce some changes into running configuration, and of course you surely do not want to reboot your switch every time to apply this configuration. And sometimes you need to rebuild some parts of your configuration on the fly for that, and that may be complex, and you need to be very accurate when you're doing that by hand, so that you should not ruin your configuration badly. And that is not the worst part, I think. And if you configuring ACL, so in other words, filtering, you need to work with TC filters, and here is an example of its output. And it was very hard for me to look at it and to try to understand where I should put some changes here, and I was very sad about it. And that's why I wrote a couple of tools that we open sourced some time ago under the MIT license. As Andrei said, it's written in Perl, and there are two scripts. The first is MLX router. It allows to configure interfaces and routing. And the second one is MLX ACL. It allows to configure filtering on your switch. It creates a shared filter on all physical interfaces and allows to define routing filtering chains per VLAN. So here you can see an example configuration of the scripts. It consists of sections for MLX router. You have sections for interfaces, for example, for VLANs and so on. And for MLX ACL, you see you have section for VLANs, and also you can have some auxiliary chains. If you apply that, if you run MLX router tool with that config, it will generate a set of Linux commands and execute them. And as I said, your configuration needs to be configured step by step, and you can see it does the same. It configures various things. I will switch several screens so you can see. It begins with simple interfaces, and finally it applies. It adds addresses and routes to the switch. And when you want to make some changes, for example, I moved one of the ports from one bond to another, and to implement it, you again applies the configuration with the tool, and it looks at the current state and to the desired state and implements required changes. For example, here it needs to detach the interface from current bond, then it detaches the new bond from the bridge, then attaches interface to the new bond, then reattaches the new bond to the bridge again, restores the length, and then brings the interfaces up. And these steps are required because there are some restrictions. You cannot add interface to the bond which is attached to the bridge already. So you need to detach and do all these things, and it is hard to do by hand. So this tool is very handy with it. And here is how MLX-ACL works. It creates chains that defined in its configuration with the rules. And in the main chain, it matches VLANs and jumps to specific chains. Again, if you want to introduce some changes to the configuration, for example, I delete one rule, it doing that way. It recreates all the affected chains with the new numbers, and then rearranges, and then it adds a new VLAN matches and rearranges them, drop the old ones, and so it gives you the new configuration. So that's all I want to show you. I hope this tool will be helpful to someone else and ease someone's life too. I will switch to the slide with the link.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexander. Are there any questions for Alexander? I guess there is one in the Q&A section. So I will read it. Sia Saptor, given emerging technologies such as software-defined and intent-based networking, where the emphasis is on automation and less human interaction in development, I wonder, what is the value of these tools or similar static tools?
Of course, there are many tools that allows to make some software-defined or programmable configurations, but I don't know. There are still tools that you need to use by hand, and you do not need always to some complex tools to configure maybe one switch.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I don't see much, so I will abuse the fact that I'm here and can speak. I will ask you, what was the main purpose? What was your main motivation to write this tool? Where do you use this tool in your
Yes, we use it in production. Actually, the configuration it uses we generated, but we do not have a lot of switches, and we still implement configurations manually mostly, and to check that everything is all right. But of course, if we will have a big pack, we will look towards some more complex automation technologies.
Okay, we have a question from Michael Richardson from Sandelman. When do you use SwitchDev? Do you see LLDP messages in the Linux host?
Yes, we have LLDP daemon running on the switch also, and we see PS and we see our switch on
the
other device.
Thanks. Any other questions? So then one last one, I promise, from me. Alexander, why did you choose Parallel actually?
Because I know it.
Okay, so no particular reason for that. Okay.
And I'm not a big not fond of Python.
I see. Okay. No religious discussion at this point. Yeah, sure.
Yes, but it's off topic.
Excellent. I don't see any questions. I'm not sure. I didn't check the discussion if there's something. Blake Willis just mentioned that this tool is very valuable and the Linux primitives for this stuff. So that's probably some good feedback for you. Excellent. Thank you very much.
There is one more question.
There's one more question.
Oh, sorry.
Do you see the working with other switch dev targets beside MLX?
I didn't try it, but it uses common Linux tools if the structure of the configuration and the features supported by other switches are similar to Mellanox switches. I think there is no problems to use the tool, or it can be adapted easily. There are also not so much switches supported by SwitchDev now. I hope that this will change someday.
Excellent. So I think we can move on. Thank you very much, Alexander. Applause for you.
Thank you.
And I would like to welcome Marcos Sons-Gerson from DKIX. Here you are. Excellent. Nice to see you, Marcos. And yeah, you have the presentation about IX-API, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. And let me share screen. And there we go. Okay, so I'm here today to talk about open source for the IX-API. My name is Marcos. I'm the head of software at DKIX. But as Andre already said, this is not just the work of DKIX, this is the work of these three organizations, and I'm standing here representing the work of these three organizations. Open source for the IX-API. So what is the IX-API? Let me recap a bit on that to start with. So the IX-API, it's a joint effort of AMSIX, DKIX, and Lynx, and they felt that there was a need to create an industry standard for an API to provision and configure interconnection services. Okay, so this started already in 2019, was introduced at the European Peering Forum in that year, and afterwards was presented at RIPE 79. And I remember that one because it was one of the last physical ones I was able to attend. It was Thomas King presenting the IX-API at the plenary. So if you want to learn more about the IX-API, that's the website and of the project, and can take a look at that. What has happened since then? Well, what we presented back then was the version 1 of the API, and since then there is a new API version 2, which was introduced in September 2020. While the V1 concentrated on peering features, the peering product, the new version 2 has extended and has now cloud connectivity. So it offers cloud connectivity products, private VLANs, point-to-point, and also point-to-multipoint or multipoint-to-multipoint, what we call the closed user groups. And while doing this, while introducing these new products and features, we realized that we had to break a bit with the way that this was designed in V1, and introduce new abstraction layers and new modularity in the standard to be able to deal with this and be able to extend in the future. So unfortunately, V2 is not backwards compatible to V1, but it has all the features that V1 has. So peering is included in there as well. And if you want to try the IX-API, then I really recommend you go directly for V2. But what I'm especially proud of, and what I think is that that these people had done a really excellent job, is it's offering these products offering cloud connectivity in a cloud provider independent way. So it really encapsulates away all the details and all the workflows of different cloud providers, whether it is AWS or GCP, Azure, Oracle, you name it. All the specialties are encapsulated and abstracted away so that you can program your code in a provider independent way. And as far as I know, to my knowledge, this hasn't been done before. So it's a good standard. Moving on, what's deployment status? Well, the incumbents are deploying this, obviously. Also, interconnection providers like Epsilon or Interaction are users of the XAPI. NetNode is very well known as well. But not only companies coming from the industry of interconnectivity. But for instance, last week we just got Daimler, the German car maker, on board to start using the XAPI so that they provision automatically or the cloud circuits via the DKIX offer. So that's the status of deployment. Now, just as a last note, the DKIX portal, so we have a web portal for our customers, builds on top of our XAPI implementation. What I want to highlight is it's a good API, and it's possible to build a fully responsive and interactive web portal just using the primitives that the XAPI offers. But what I want to talk here with you is about open source in Python, which is better than Perl, by the way. Okay, so that's the URL of the project at GitLab, and it's not just one project; it's 8 projects. Okay, and everything is public, so you can access it directly publicly. So it's the schemata of the standard are there. The test suite that determines whether you are compliant or not to the standard. The reference client, which is being used in the test suite to run all the tests. We have a sandbox. Actually 2 sandboxes, and a sandbox is like a kind of an AXP emulator, okay, that you can set up and start running, and then you can use your clients towards or check for compliance of your own code towards that sandbox. 2 versions, V1 for the old version of the standard, V2, and obviously all the rest. So even the website is open source, can go there and download everything. License Apache 2.0, Python, Django REST framework, and the usual bingo keywords in there. It's a RESTful API, open API documentation, Redux. You can download the specs in JSON, YAML, and a bit of statistics about it. So now I want to focus a bit on the client, because I'm going to make use of that one today. Okay. So it's an IPython shell, and it only supports V2, but it's very powerful. And what I would like to do now is to live demo that client out of the box. I downloaded it, and I want to live provision a live circuit towards productive DKIX environment just in front of you. So as I highlighted before, what I'm doing is completely IXP independent. You can do it towards any XAPI implementation. And I'm going to use AWS because I'm familiar with that, but you can do it with any other cloud provider supported. So then a bit of the framework or the setup, what I'm doing for people that maybe are not that familiar with virtual circuits and so on. Okay, so I am the customer, okay, and I have my customer router, which has a physical connection to one IXP layer 2 network, in this case, the DKIX one. And then DKIX has a shared NNI, as it's called in the standard, with cloud services providers. Some of them are dedicated, some of them are shared. In this case, AWS is shared. And what I'm going to establish with the XAPI is one virtual circuit from the left to right, connecting directly my router to the cloud provider, because I don't know, because maybe I know that my computing power is at some region, and I want to have a dedicated virtual circuit towards there. So this is what I'm going to do. And yeah, since this is REST, then those are the steps I'm going to follow. Okay, first I'm going to connect to the provider. I'm going to ask what are the possibilities that you can offer me as a provider to connect to the AWS cloud. This is what we call a get on the product offerings. And to now take a look at the offerings, I choose the one I like. Then I issue a post to create a resource that didn't exist before. And this is step 2. With step 2, I already have created a virtual circuit. And then afterwards, it's possible to create configurations on the virtual circuit. So you can create a VLAN, .1 queue, Q&Q, different providers offer for different possibilities. Just for the sake of completeness, I will create a .1 queue VLAN. So at this point in time, I'm gonna switch my screen to my shell, and I hope you can see that one and it's readable. Okay, I hear confirmation. That's excellent. So you know what? This is empty. So I'm gonna download the client, and the client is where is the client? This is the client, and let's clone it and let's get it here. And there you go. And now we have it. So yeah, I go in there. As I said, it's very well documented. It has a beautiful README, and I'm gonna tell what they're telling me. You maybe should create a virtual environment first, and afterwards you should activate your virtual environment, and finally you install the requirements. And this looks nice. This looks as it works. So yeah, then actually I can start the interactive client now, and this is what I'm doing. And I'm using, as you see, I'm connecting to the productive API of DKIX. This is the URL, API DKIXnet, API v2, and I'm using my test account because it's a productive test account using an API secret that is told you once you have a contract with the provider. So there we go. I'm in it, and I am already in interactive mode. So I can take a look now at my connections, list. Sorry, I hit too soon the connections list, and I have to pass the session. So those are the physical accesses that I have as a customer at the provider. And this one, remember that one, the one with the identifier 1634, which is one that I have in Frankfurt, a real one, and I'm going to use that one to connect to the cloud. But this was just taking a look if the connection is correct. What I'm going to do now is take a look at the product catalog. Okay, and as I said before, yeah, maybe have some requirements like I know I want to have a handover to the cloud in Fra, and I want to have the bandwidth of 50 megabits per second. What can you offer me, provider? And finally, I know I have my computing power in uCentral 1. Those are the denominations of the cloud provider for the different regions. So I take a look at that, and this is the product catalog. This is what I'm getting. I have different possibilities. I have a POP following my requirements and my filters. I have a POP in Madrid. I have another POP in Frankfurt Equinix, and I have another one in Interaction. And you know what? I'm going to use the one from Interaction, and this is the identifier of that product offering, and I'm going to create the virtual circuit now. So what I'm doing is getting that one and pasting the command here. So those are details of my account, since I know it's a productive account and I know which is the billing ID and so on and so forth. But the important things here, this is the product offering that I chose, and the cloud key. And the cloud key is my account ID at the cloud provider. In this case, it's the AWS, and I know the cloud key by heart. So let's issue that command. And it says 201 resource has been created. I have an ID. This is 1317, and yeah, it looks like it worked. You know what? Let's actually ask for the status of that service .network services. I have a very nice auto completion here. Retrieve, and I have to pass on the service, and I have to pass the ID. So let's see what it says. And it says, it's okay, please accept the cloud connection with your cloud provider. And obviously, this is not something that DKIX can do for you. Okay, so this is like you have ordered something at DKIX, and now you have an account at your cloud provider, and then you go there and you confirm that it was you. So this is what I'm going to do. Where is my window? Here, and then I go to the management console of AWS, This is my customer account, and I come here and I take a look, and my direct connects and my connections, and let's see, there you go. This one has just been created, an interaction for 6 for whoa, whoa. This is the one, it's in ordering process. And I'm gonna say this one, let's take a look at it, accepted, because it was really me, the one who ordered it. Yeah, do you really want to confirm? I've confirmed, and that's it, okay? So it's in pending status, okay, but that's it. That's everything I had to do to confirm this. And then, yeah, the last thing, just for the sake of completeness, is I'm gonna configure the VLAN, okay? I'm gonna configure it, and this is the command, just a sec. Here you go. So you see, this is connection 1634. That's the identifier of the physical access I have in Frankfurt. Okay, so that's my part of the connection, and there we go. This is the identifier 1317. This is given here, and this is 1317, and finally a few details of the VLAN config. I'm doing .1q, that's the usual other type. And since we're in RIPE 82, I'm using VLAN ID 82, and then I hit enter. And you know what? That has been created. Everything is up and running. And now if I provision my router correctly, I have a VLAN directly to the cloud. So that was what I wanted to show you. And as I said, I did something which is completely agnostic about the cloud provider, and also being able to deal with different workflows. Some cloud providers require you go first to the portal and create something there, like Asia, for instance, then you get a key, then you go to the API. All these workflows are encapsulated away for you and model it as well. Okay, so I thank the demo gods that this worked, and yeah. What is coming? So we are in the middle, and what we are looking for is the next 6 months is to deal with a bit of a lower layer. Okay, those connection management aspects, like ordering ports, working with the ports, aggregating them into a lag. This is something that is coming in the version 2.x, and also setting up cross connects based on those different workflows I already mentioned. And maybe afterwards, version 3-ish, it's having insights on the traffic, on the statistics, monitoring what is going on at the IX point with your traffic. And obviously, whenever we do anything of this, gonna deliver more open source for that. So I think this is great job. I just joined DKIX a couple of months ago. This is not my work. This is the work of the people that have been preceding me, and I'm so proud being able of presenting this to you. Thank you very much. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, like Marcos. So do we have any questions? So while we wait for the question, I can introduce the next speaker. So the next topic, we had a talk before, like at some RIPE back, the free router project. For all the ones who think with us, like myself and Andre here, there is only like FR routing and Bird and some OpenBGP. There are actually other real cool open source projects, and FR routing is one of the ones which is potentially a bit less well known, but it's still a very interesting, and I think did an amazing job. So I don't see any question for you, Marcos. So I think thank you very much. If I assume you will hang out in the spatial chat afterwards. So if people have questions, find him there and ask all the questions you want.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. So at that time, so we get to the free router part. We have the Frederick, Louis, and Saba. I'm not sure if he's attending, but it's mainly Frederick probably talking about it for the presentation. And he will give us an update what all has changed since the last RIPE meeting and potentially also a little bit introduction and about the free router, so you know about some other interesting, cool open source routing project. Okay, with that, Frederick, it's up to you. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Frédéric Louis. I'm working for Renater, the French Education and Research Network, and we have prepared a set of slides with Csaba Máté from KIFU, the Hungarian NRN, and we are both working on the Géant project, which is a European project, and we are very excited to present you today free router updates since RIPE 71. If I recall correctly, RIPE 71 was in Bucharest in 2015. So basically, you can imagine that in 6 years, we had a lot of things to share with you. And basically, the main thing that I would say occurred, and that is that has marked a very huge milestone in our case, is that the RAR project has been initiated in 2019, and the relationship between FreeRouter is that FreeRouter has been selected as the control plane of the RAR project. So if you allow me an analogy, the RAR/FreeRouter project can be compared to, I would say, GNU Linux, where GNU is the project and Linux is the kernel chosen. In that case, a RAR/FreeRouter has a very tremendous provide us a tremendous opportunity to look ahead and see how we can do networking way better than it is today. And the good news is that in our case, what we are feeling is that we should really focus on provide a familiar platform, routing platform that would be able to instantiate multiple solutions, and each solution would be able to address research and education use case. I'm precising research and education simply because research, this project started in 2019 under the umbrella of the European Commission within the Géant 4 program, which is a European education and research project. So essentially what we are talking about is to consider the free component of a routing stack, which is the control plane. We have the possibility to consider multiple data planes in this case. And what is important is to write an interface that would help both of the above components, control plane and data planes, to communicate. And the idea is that we will have multiple solutions that have multiple data planes able to address multiple solutions simply by providing different data planes able to run at different line rate. And the net result is that you can have a, I would say, DIY, hackable, extensible router. Sorry if the words are a bit slang, I would say, with the word hackable, but this gives you the real idea on how you can not create an RFP, a request for improvement, and wait this RFP being implemented. But what you can do is to simply get the tourist by his horn, I would say, like it's a French translation, direct French translation, and then you can put your router itself. Just to give you an example, in the free router channel, one user simply connected and suggested to have a specific CLI command, and it was really a brilliant suggestion. And 2 days later, we have it in free router, which is great. Last but not least, we are talking about control plane independence, especially in the RAR project. And obviously, free router has been selected for various obvious reasons. The first is that free router, we have the lead developer with us, which makes the whole development process very fast. Second thing is that we wanted to related to our mission statement, what we wanted to have is to really provide a routing platform, not a router that would be able to run on the data center or an exchange point specifically. In our case, we really would like to provide a routing platform as we know in the NRN landscape. So this is very important. What I mentioned by control plane independence is that we have a data plane, we have various data planes, and the good news is that as soon as you are able to API this API message, text message API, you can even use your own data plane in order to benefit from your own control plane in order to benefit from the data plane we have implemented. So I'm saying something stupid. For example, let's imagine that you are the lead developer of FRR routing and you want to hook this your control plane to this data plane. With a little bit of adaptation of code adaptation, by writing this interface, you can pilot this data plane on your own. This will unlock the door to various speed, and you will see that later. If you're the presentation is voluntary high level. If you want to take, we can take deep, we can take all the technical question, the deep technical question offline in the mailing list. We are already, I would invite you to do that. So moving forward, in our case, we have 3 targets in the data plane world, which means that each target is a data plane. So we have used the P4 language to create our first virtual data plane, which is using the BMV2 virtual software. We have verified this algorithm with BMV2, but when we got confident that we have I would say a robust pipeline, we ported everything in the Barefoot Intel Tofino ASIC. What does it mean? It means that from that point, we are able to manipulate packet at 100 gig port, with 100 gig port. So we have 6.4 terabits per second of switching traffic possible at the data plane level with FreeRouter, which is tremendous because we were really locked by the Linux userland, and we have also considered FPGA, but we did not manage to get a hand on the specific FPGA card with P4 with a specific P4 compiler in order to compile our code. But we are pretty confident that it would work flawlessly. In our quest to provide a solution for every kind of use case, of course, some schools or small institutions won't have the possibility to buy a P4 switch because for a simple reason, it's too big for this type of sites. So what we imagine with Xaba during our reflection, we started by implementing an optimized software data plane based on deep PCAP. So if you are using TCP dump, it's the data plane that is forwarding the packet. You are using this library. And then we started looking at ZPDK. It has a very interesting story. We can discuss this offline if you want, but in the end, we managed to create an emulation of our P4 software that basically provide ZPDK functionality. So as soon as you have, I would say, a couple of cards with 10 gig connection or a couple of 100 gig with ZPDK, you can create a reasonable provider edge router able to act as a BRAS or VBNG or and provide you a very interesting way to do things. I am in the study in the process of discussing with Broadcom in order to enable this data plane with NPL. So basically, you will have access to every switches that are Trident 4 NPU, simply because NPL is only available for the new switches. So how do we check that everything is working as expected? Because remember, FreeRouter is able to provide a complete routing stack like OSPF, ESIS segment routing, and PLS, LGP. And how do we manage to make sure that everything is working as expected in a representative fashion? So in our case, in our project, what we have deployed is a P4 testbed that is scattered around Europe, and we have reached the US recently. We are planning to reach Asia and Australia soon. The idea would be to have a very representative idea of what can be done geographically, and this is how we are working with our stack. So everything is working correctly. One thing that is really interesting is that this testbed is accessible for any scientist. So what can be done is that we can do any arbitrary topology. As you might already know from RIPE 71, FreeRouter is using VRF, a layer 3 based way of slicing the network. So what does it mean? It means that in the same box, we can have 1000 BGP process that is activated on all of these boxes, and we have 1000 topology. That is simply as simple as that. Moving forward, we have had a lot of new things. I will be honest with you, every line can be a 2-hour session discussion. It's really interesting. So what you have to know that we have specifically added a new configuration option. Here we have RPL. For those who are very familiar with IOS-XR, RPL is the very friendly and good way to how can we say that, to manipulate route. Policy-based routing, autoroute. Autoroute is simply the possibility at the node level to take into account to inject in the routing locally the head and tunnel in the routing table. So moving forward here, in this slide, we have new CLI options. It's quite interesting because it brings a lot of added value. If you remember correctly, in Junos, you have the possibility to extract configuration, show pipe display set, show pipe display XML, show pipe display. And actually what you have to know is that in FreeRouter, everything is an object that can be colorized, tabbed, and we have a different display. So we have show, watch give you an updated visualization of the CLI of the counter that is updating in real time. Display give you a buffer, so like in VI, you can navigate inside. Differ will provide you a diff between two commands and see how it compares between the two along the time. So this is a very tremendous options and way to configure FreeRouter. And if you want to know more, we have a blog where we have written an article on it, so feel free to read it. It's very interesting. We have new address family in BGP, and not fairly new, but you have now BGP flow spec, which is the most important one, alongside with multicast, unicast. But the most important things here is that you have a lot additional sub-address family. So everything, for example, related to OVPN or OVPN UNI stands for you know it with a very different name. It's everything related to 6VPE, like 6VPE. So 6VPE, 6VPE for multicast, 6VPE with OpenFlow, and so on. So I invite you to read the test. I will be honest with you, I did not activate everything at home because I'm using this routing stack at home. These are imaginary router process. So the idea between imaginary router process is that we have specific routing table that are are really used. Usually, for example, in Juniper, you usually redistribute. You are using rib group in order to distribute unicast into multicast in order to have RPF success. To have the RPF successful every time. In that case, Xaba decided to create a very routing table convenient that comes often, and where you can manipulate easily the route, control distribution easily in a very easily fashion without doing any mystical like redistributing rib group and so on, without not knowing what you are doing. So what is very important is that in the process within the RAR project and also FreeRouter, Xaba puts in place a self-test framework. What does it mean? It means that in 2015, in RIPE 71, we had maybe 2,000 tests. Now we have 2,300. But the good news is that now we can run the test every hour, and we have 2,300 tests in total. So everything is triggered by a commit change in the code. So the net result is that when you are downloading the code and you are installing it in your router, you have non-regression tests already validating everything. And this is available for every data plane we have provided. We have 300 data plane tests for P4, DPGK, BMV2, and LibPK. We have also done a lot of code refactoring, and the test showed that we managed to reach a 13 seconds time duration in order to relearn the full routing table. So this is very interesting to see that in 6 years you could see a lot of innovation inside. For those who are a fan of multicast, we have also BEER, NSH for everyone who would like to do service function chaining and are using the NSH header. For those who are IPv6 fan, we have also flavor with SRv6, a new tunnel mode related to OpenVPN and WireGuard and so on. And we have more tunnel mode like GRE with MACsec or other type of tunnel you can imagine. I invite you to read the testing suits where you will find all the example on the website. One thing that is really interesting is also the fact that everything is deployed with security in mind. So in that case, when we are talking a data plane with a specific data plane, we have mechanism like control plane policy or receive ACL or infra ACL. I suggest you have a very good look at it offline. It's something that if you are familiar with well-known vendor, it will ring a lot of bells from in your brain. For the telephony user, we have everything related to the ILPR translation rules and also the possibility to associate script with a SIP protocol. In the management, in the network management field, what is interesting is that now everything related to automation can be possible using NetConf, REST API, and I mentioned before that everything was in the tabular can be an object in it. So that's the reason why we can have different output, XML, tabular form, and so on. So this gives us the possibility to define what we call sensor, and the sensor object will define we characterize an object that can be exposed to a northbound interface. So in that case, we can have streaming telemetry compatible with Cisco way to do things. We have a Prometheus agent that is able to that is at the free router level that is able to answer Prometheus server queries, and an RPA agent. If you have a BMP server, you can have a BGP WatchGuard in your entire domain, whether you have 1,000, 2,000, 1 million BGP routers, an RPA will be able to tell you what's happening and alarm you and provide you an alarm whenever you have an issue with your peer. So I would invite you to look at the changelog or the test suite. You will know a lot more. There are a lot of things buried. I will give you here a very simple example that I'm using at home. Is that it's not written in the test suite, but for example, in my case, I have activated a UPnP server. So what is a UPnP server? Is that when you have a device or that is using DLNA alliance behavior, everything is assumed to be on a flat VLAN. And when you have a layer 3 at home, this is not possible. You can't see your TV, you can't see your DLNA streamer, you can't see everything. So at the free router level, at the router level, you have the possibility to implement this UPnP server that will simply listen to every UPnP broadcast and relay it to every listening UPnP client, which is great because now I can just simply listen my music with a layer 3 network. I know this sounds crazy, but I just want to give you an example of some feature that is not listed in the test suite. So I won't go into detail here. You have a lot of things available at the data plane level. What does it mean? It means that you can work at a couple 10 gig, a couple 100 gig. and multiple 100 gig with if you have a P4 data plane. I will spend a bit of time in this slide because this is one of the most interesting, I guess, for you. You have three components here that is composing the routing stack. The first stack here is the data plane. The first component here is the data plane, okay? And you have three routers below. How communication is achieved between the two? We have a data link layer where all the events are transferred back and forth from the data plane. So for example, if I receive a ping, it will go via here, and then the control plane will be able to receive it. So, and the reply will go back from pre-router to the control plane up all the way to the egress port. So this is as simple as that. So one link for the inbound data path. Here we have a gRPC link. In the context of the RAR project with a P4 data plane, where actually it is possible to this gRPC link is actually used to program the entry at the data plane level. So what does it mean? It means for example, I want to program if you have received a packet coming from which and which IP address, IP subnet, you go to this specific port, you go out via SDN3, and that's it. This is the link that is used to program entry on the table. So of course, in the data plane level, we will have IPv4 table, IPv6 table, MPLS table, VLAN table, and so on and so forth. I invite you to read the code if you are interested to know more about that. Key takeaway: we are ready for production, and we are striving to go into production state. So what does it mean? It doesn't mean that we will replace everything tomorrow. It simply means that we are ready. We would like to reach production status, and we are ready to have a real production instance able to run 24 hours by 7. In my case, for example, I'm using FreeRouter at home with a BGP and WireGuard channels established over the last 2 years, and it works flawlessly. I have a monitoring everything that one can hope from his routing, which is very cool. So we have a third-party parent that we are using in order to establish our C performance test. Which is great because we can validate that we are interoperable, which we are doing already before with the 2,300 tests you have seen before in the previous slide. There is a specific bullet point related to P4 data plane. Simply because with P4, imagine that you are able to switch packet at 6.4 terabits per second. And I think it's already there. You can switch packet at 12.8 terabits per second. So what does it mean? It means that it's like you are driving a Formula One. When you are driving a Formula One, you don't have much space. You don't have a trunk with a lot of space. So you have to calibrate and specifically make sure that all the packets you are receiving can be processed at this speed. And this is the aim of the profile in P4. In GPDK, we don't have this issue. In GPDK, we are running in software with a lot of RAM, and in this case, we don't have this profile issue. And as an example, in University of Murcia and Kifu, we have a FreeRouter instance running over the last 3 years, and in Kifu, I think it's since 2010, they are running a huge BGP route reflector. And I really invite you, if you are interested, just to contact us, join us, and try to see how we can fit your use case. So some useful link. We have the project, freerouter.net. We have more information on the data plane, rar.freerouter.net. If you want to know a lot more, just look at the blog. You can find interesting use case where I describe, for example, the router I have deployed at home. It's a router that has a 100 gig uplink with 6 100 gig port at home, which is great. and I have a high pressure with my family, with my kids playing their game. So they are really demanding customer. I really have to comply with the 5 nines. We started some documentation. Everything related to free router question discussion, go to this mailing list. And if you want to use us, just engage discussion at RAR user. If you want to develop with us, go to RAR develop. We have a Twitter account for those who want to follow us. This is where we put new blog articles, new events, new achievements. And last but not least, the code. Feel free to check out the code. Of course, the excellent free router control plane. You will be also able to check out the P4 code for Tofino ASIC, which I would like to thank Intel for letting us publish it as an open source project. If you are interested in learning, you can use P4 BMV2 target, which is great for learning purpose because you have the possibility to simulate a whole network in your only one laptop with free router, of course. And if you are interested to deploy, for example, small box for schools, which is the case, for example, in France, you have a huge deployment connecting all the schools, primary schools, secondary schools, especially with this COVID context, to the education and research network. You have the possibility to buy very cheap, not very cheap, it's $100 box capable to switch 600 gig, 6 gig Ethernet traffic, and with DPDK. So this is really an opportunity for us. And I would like to thank Géant and the European Commission for believing in us, in our idea, letting us express ourselves. Again, this could not have happened with all these great technologies like P4. We had a very warm welcome from the P4 group. A lot of help from the DPDK documentation, and also from Intel, who help us to work with Tofino. A huge thanks also to APS Network for giving us access to some hardware. And last but not least, all the very great open source project like Linux, Debian, TCP/IP, OpenJDK, where without this component, nothing would have happened. So I would really like to thank you. This is really the point of open source. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Frederic. Really impressive work. Thank you. We have some questions in the queue, so I'll read it for you. Alexander Zubkov from QA asks, do you have your own implementation of things like OpenVPN and WireGuard?
Yes. We have an implementation of OpenVPN and WireGuard, and if you look at the blog link that is in this on this slide, I invite you to read it. The last article I wrote was how to create a WireGuard tunnel between Ubuntu 20.04 and FreeRouter. So the code is there. Please feel free to check out and give us feedback.
Thank you. And Wolfgang Tremmel from DKIX Academy is asking, can you please make the FreeRTR.net website more eye-friendly?
Sorry, I could not. Maybe I should look at the question.
Yeah, I think Wolfgang doesn't like the design of your web pages, and he likes to be more eye-friendly.
Okay, so first thing first. I'm not the FreeRouter lead developer, and we are not that many people in order to provide such a very sweet me knife network. And what we are planning to do in our case is to provide more documentation around the FreeRouter. But for now, I presume that the core initial original FreeRouter will be really strictly resumed to at its minimum. And I will be honest with you, even if it is a bit reluctant at first, you are a bit when you get used to it, you see that it has everything needed in order to kickstart your work. The only thing is that, of course, you don't have this shiny documentation around. This is what we are working on here now, and I hope to have the help from people from the community who would like to use us. And this is simply because in the RA and FreeRouter project, we are only 4 people working, and we are not full time on it. The idea would be that if you are interested, we are interested to cooperate with any control plane project, additional control plane project. Our goal is not to replace everything and claim that we are the only solution, the valid solution. The history of the past lessons learned showed us that having the choice is good. If you remember, in 2010, there was an event, a breakage in the internet with a BGP attribute with a well-known vendor, and the next year it was the turn of the other vendor, where another BGP attribute induced a breakage. And this is, I think that this is really why my point of view is that we are here to complement each other and to learn all. If one project is learning one lesson, we can learn from the other. And this is the idea, the approach of our work. And again, FreeRouter guarantee also a kind of data plane and control plane independence. So what does it mean? It means that you want to P4 data plane, just feel free to reach us and we will try to make it work with your control plane and vice versa.
Okay, thank you. It was a very wide answer to this question. Daniel Karenberg from RIPE NCC would like to ask, how can I install FreeRouter on UBNT router hardware in my house? If not, which hardware would be suitable for a home with 500 megs external connections?
I have a series that I started in my blog called Small Office, Home Office, and FreeRouter 101. Feel free to look at this, and you will see the whole solution. I have implemented a router that I'm using right now in order to have this video with us, between us. And this router has a FTTH 100 gig link. I think it will fit your need totally, and I'm able to run multiple WireGuard tunnel with my VP, with my office headquarters, and OpenVPN and BGP in a specific learning overlay network called DN42. It's great. It's working great. I forgot to say one thing. It's IPv4 and IPv6 compliant. So that's very important. And it's working better with IPv6. So everything in it at my home, like Wi-Fi, is V6 compliant.
We wouldn't expect anything else, to be honest. But this first part of the question, is Ubiquiti network supported? Or? Sorry,
I did not hear your question.
Yeah, the first part was, is the UBNT Ubiquiti network router supported, the hardware platform?
Sorry, I don't know what UBNT acronym stands for. So maybe if you are...
It's the Ubiquiti routers.
Ubiquiti?
Yes.
No. If you're okay, we can. If you're okay, we can take this offline, and I can learn about your stuff. But actually, as it is Linux based, we are good to go. For the URL, the URL is blog.freerouter.net. All the links are in the slide.
Okay, next question, Martin, I guess.
Sorry?
Over time, but I still want to curious on it. I was looking at the website and I couldn't find any description of the license of FreeRouter. I didn't find anything in the file, in the source code, and didn't see anything on the website. Can you clarify?
Sorry. So FreeRouter is using, I would say, an MIT-like license. It's FreeRouter license. Okay, so maybe Csaba can elaborate more on that. In our case, everything related to what we did since 2019 is released under Apache license.
Okay. Any chance that that could be clarified on the web page and potentially in the source code files? Because I didn't find anything there.
You mean at the control plane level or at the data plane level?
At the control plane level, basically. If I go to the FreeRouter basically web page and I look at the source code, I do not find any license description anywhere, and that I think would make a lot of people scared to use the code.
Okay. So it's I'm talking under Xaba's control, but I think that it's an MIT-like license. So feel free to reach it to use it. But I will relay this suggestion to him so that he can add this license point.
In general, a lot of people may want to see that on a web page, and also in the code, basically in there, that there would be a license file included, which makes it very clear.
I think that in the code it is there. I think at the control plane level. I'm pretty sure that actually, at least in the package I'm creating for Debian and Nix, we are planning to. We have done this license.
Okay.
You know, in Debian you have this license file that is a must.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I think that's it. I don't see any further questions.
No, me neither.
Okay, so I think that's it for the working group. Sorry, we're about 10 minutes over. You get a shorter break. For you, Frederick, thanks a lot for your presentation. It's always great to hear about some other projects, especially if they're routing projects. That's where my heart is. So I'm always happy to hear about stuff like less well known. And anyone else there, if you have some other less well known open source project you're using, please contact us. That's talks you would really like to see at the RIPE conference. Or if you're just using a very good open source project, something you really like, which we never talked about it, that also we'd be very appreciate if you mention that. Maybe we can get somebody to talk about it. And with that, I think that's it for the end of it.
Yeah, thank you very much. If you have any suggestions, don't forget to contact us. And also, please, you can talk to the presenters in the special chat. And thank you very much and enjoy the rest of RIPE 82.
And don't forget to rate the slides and the presentations. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
this thing on?
It's on, it's on.
Let's see if I am going to share. Okay, that's, here we go. Looking for my slide, which got mangled, which is sad.
Oh.
Oh boy. Well, there we go. Anyway, I'm missing a font, but I'm sure you can. It doesn't look as great. Hey kids, know what time it is? I can't hear you. Oh my God, Will. Who lives on some fiberglass under the sea? All together now. Connect. Well, we're virtual, so we might as well be under the sea somewhere. Welcome to your second most favorite working group of all time, Connect Working Group, coming to you on a Tuesday afternoon just to mess with everyone's schedule. We have a number of interesting topics for you today. Let's just get to the agenda. I'm not going to talk about emergency exits. We're all under the sea, so you know what. Never mind. The agenda opening. Well, this is an opening. Welcome. Hi. Scribe. We have the lovely Hans Bakker, who has been volunteered by the RIPE NCC to be our scribe for this session. Welcome, Hans. Thank you very much. And the format for this session is we're going to have a couple of presentations that we're going to share with you after some housekeeping stuff, and then we'll have a bit of open microphone session time for few bits and pieces of open discussion. Moving on to the housekeeping bits. I trust you've all read the meetings from RIPE 81, and you are all in violent agreement with these very carefully drafted minutes. That is excellent. So those are approved and shall be published as such. Then we have the working group chair selection process. Will, do you want to talk about that now?
Yeah, we can do that. Basically, we were reminded that we need to mention again what's our selection process in case it wasn't clear. And so what we did as a reminder was shamelessly copy the one from Cooperation. And that's still in effect because we didn't change that, obviously. And basically what we will do is publish that on the mailing list as a reminder. And I think that's basically it. There is not much to say about that. If anyone has something to say about it, just like reply to the mailing list when we publish that. But I think, yeah, nothing changes there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so just to remind everyone, we discussed this and passed the working group chair selection process in RIPE 72, which is 5 years ago now. My goodness. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. All right. That's it for that. Code of conduct, policy development, chat logs, Flo. Can I tease you for that one?
Absolutely. Just let me start with the chat logs. So for the chat logs, it has been decided that those were considered as being part of the meetings material, and that though those should be registered as well, so they should be saved as well. So just for you to note this, I think it's quite important while we progress this session. Guys, I will let you continue on the COC and policy development.
Okay. Then we have feedback about the Virtual Connect sessions. I mean, this is the third time we're doing one of these. I don't think we've had a lot of feedback outside of the meetings. Is there anything that anyone would like to share at this point? How they think what they think we should be doing differently? If not, I mean, we're just trying things out here as well. I'm just gonna let that open. If anyone wants to comment, we can come back to that later. Then the next morning, what's further on the agenda? We have IXP traffic in the COVID era by Simone Morandini from Mix. Simone, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Remco. Thank you. Let me open. Good afternoon to you all. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
We can hear you.
The slides I'm about to present are one of the ways basically to describe the last 16 to 18 months by looking at how the traffic evolved on our IXP and on other IXPs as well. So what I would like to share with you is basically an analysis on traffic data seen by multiple points of view. Well, unfortunately, COVID is still here, but perhaps now we are able to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. And so maybe we can cautiously start to think about it as something of the past. Let's everybody hope that. We collected our data, we extracted some macro information, and we also asked our neighbor IXPs if they could confirm the same trends or if they observed something different. Well, on our part, we surely identified three main phases. What we call the vertical wall during the first lockdown. A second phase when we thought the pandemic was already behind us. And a third phase when we realized that basically we were wrong. There are a few takeaways that we can share, but I'll get to this later on during the presentation, so we can really start from the beginning. So this 3D graph you see on the left-hand side of the slides represents the weeks before the first lockdown was announced, and then the last one, the one in red, is actually the very first week of lockdown. At that time, it was not a matter of if it would have happened, the lockdown, but rather a matter of when it would have happened. The formal announcement in Italy happened on a Sunday, March the 8th. And again, it's the week depicted in red in the graph. And after let's say undecided Monday, on Tuesday, March the 10th, for the first time we exceeded the 1 terabit threshold. And for us, it really happened overnight. That's why we refer to it as a sort of vertical wall. At first, we thought it could be an isolated episode. But as you can see, it turned out to be the start of a new phase where a growing number of people started to use the internet as they never did before, basically. And the graph on the right-hand side illustrates this change in the general behavior. The red line is the traffic average over the 6 weeks of lockdown. And the blue lines represent the traffic average during the weeks immediately before. And the shape of the traffic clearly highlights how instead of a single daily peak, we were facing almost 3 identical peaks throughout the day, probably for 3 different reasons, but nonetheless, the shape changed very, very much. By focusing a little bit more, another thing that can be noticed is that weekdays in the top graph were not so different from weekend days in the bottom graph. My apologies for the notes in Italian, but I guess the graphs are pretty clear anyway. Okay, there is generally a slower start of the day during weekends, but you can see that the daily peaks are exactly identical. Again, here the red lines indicate the average traffic during the lockdown weeks, and you can see how the traffic kind of inflates, let me say, week after week. Then the summer came, and as it always happens, the traffic decreases. It's something physiological that happens every day, and 2020 has been no exception to that. However, what we notice is that the holiday period was somehow shorter, and all in all, traffic did not decrease that much compared to what happened in previous years. And this is probably due to the fact that people worked more, generally speaking, and possibly when they actually went on vacation, that vacation was shorter than usual. As I said at the beginning, the idea that the pandemic was over was clearly wrong. So after summer, we basically had other lockdowns. Italy got divided in different areas, yellow, orange, and red, depending on the level of the pandemic. But all in all, we observed other lockdowns where we basically saw that the behavior was exactly the same as the first one. So we arrive at Christmas time. Actually, this graph embraces a much wider period of time around Christmas. But again, what we can observe is something a little bit peculiar, because one of the problems of the homeschooling during the first lockdown of the spring was actually the shortage of tablets and laptops that families had available to study or work, because basically every person in the house needs a device. So who knows, maybe Santa took care of that by bringing a lot of new devices, or maybe the offer of Christmas movies was particularly rich. But you can see how many times we had to update our traffic record during those weeks around Christmas. We surely celebrated New Year's Eve as well, maybe not for long, because the traffic drop around midnight is pretty visible. But it is clear as well as short, so maybe not so much to celebrate after 2020. All in all, this one on the top is the shape of traffic that we now see as being the canonical day at Mix, with 3 well-defined moments of the day. One thing has never been modified. It's our pasta time that is sacred to us, and not even the coronavirus is going to change that. And the other fundamental point is that the daily peak is always around 10 p.m. and there are really no doubts about that. The graph below, instead, represents the traffic exchange at Mix by a content provider connected to dozens of access providers. And you can clearly see that here the pattern of 3 hours of lessons in the morning, separated by 2 clearly visible breaks. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we asked our neighbor IXPs whether they could confirm or deny our findings, so basically to see what they saw from their point of view. And so many thanks to Hispanix and France IX for giving their contribution. Spain had a development in terms of the pandemic that was quite similar to the one we had in Italy. And in fact, their graph basically tells the same story. As you can see here, there is a good portion of 2019 as well. And in order to appreciate even more their vertical wall. And other similarities that that you can observe here are the slowdown during summertime, and the clear growth in autumn and up to the new year. Hispanics as well doesn't show much difference between weekends and weekdays. I don't know if you're able to see here, but this one on the left is Sunday, and the other one is a Monday, and they basically overlap to the minute. So again, very minor differences here. Our friends from France IX are actually in a position which is slightly different. They do not connect that much eyeball networks to CDNs, so their growth has been more organic, let's say. It didn't show sudden spikes in their statistics, and it was mainly due to the increase of remote working. This is also the reason why they are not influenced that much by sport events, but rather by the distribution of software updates. Anyway, they registered a 40% increase in traffic during 2020, which is certainly remarkable. Let's go back to Mixer for just a moment. Because we are in the position to observe this whole phenomenon from a slightly different angle, because we manage our own data center as well, in addition to the peering LAN. I showed you how the traffic increased on the peering LAN, but the request of new cross connects actually follow the same path, and in 2020 we had, I have to say, a spectacular increase for that. When we built the second data center in 2016, we've been smart enough to prepare a meet-me room in order to be able to accommodate new requests much more easily than we did in the past. Because in our first data center, we had the tradition of using, let me say, tailor-made direct fiber cables to keep the cable ducts well organized and as neat as possible, and to have exceeding of fiber in the racks as little as possible. But this would not have been a sustainable approach with these numbers. And in fact, we now are able to provide a meet-me room facility for our first data center as well. Everybody in this industry is very well aware about the impact of the distribution of software and game upgrades, because it involves many players. It involves, of course, the CDNs. It involves access networks, and it involves, of course, us IXPs as well. And we were able to see some difference here that we were able to notice. In these graphs, the orange line represents the day when the content is distributed. And it's compared to the very subsequent day in blue, which is, let's say, a normal day, a usual day. You can clearly see how different it went in these two occasions, with the second one evenly distributed throughout the entire day. And finally, in terms of content, there is no doubt about what end users want to access. Football is still the #1 sport in Italy, and our graphs state that very clearly. These are just a few examples between the end of 2020 and the beginning of 2021, but it happens basically every week. And it doesn't even have to be a big match anymore in order to be seen in our statistics. But of course, when it actually is one of those matches, the result is even more visible. This is the traffic graph of our friends and colleagues at Namex in Rome during the last Juventus-Lazio match. They registered their all-time peak traffic in that occasion, and it happened for a number of different reasons. First of all, it was prime time of a Saturday evening. Juventus as a team has a very large supporter base. Lazio, on the other hand, has the majority of their supporters in the surroundings of Rome. And on the technical side, a content provider is actually peering at the IXP. And so all these factors help to keep local traffic local, which is something that we are always happy to see. If you want to know more about that, we published a joint article with Namex and Topics as well. Here's the link, so you can read on if you're interested. And that is actually all for me. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any comments or questions, I'm happy to take them.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Simone, for this presentation. Really, as always, long live to football, really. So very nice. And now I'm wondering, do we have any question here? We do have a question from Rob Evans. Thanks for the info. What date did the Hispanics graph comparing Sunday and Monday cover? Was it Easter weekend? And would the Monday have been a holiday in Spain?
I don't know how to answer. I mean, I've been given those graphs out of courtesy from them, but I actually don't know which exact days they represent. I guess that in Spain, the Easter Monday is not a working day there as well.
Okay, that would make sense to me. I hope it answered your question, Rob. Just wondering, do we have some other questions now for Simone? One round, 2 rounds, 3? I don't think so. I think that that was it. So Simone, thanks a lot, and a message to the crowd, please do not forget to rate this presentation. It's always nice for the speakers to have some feedback. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, cool thing. So now we can move to the second presentation that we have for this working group, a presentation from Bijal. So this is a tradition that we have here in this working group to have an update from EuroIX. So Bijal, always nice to have you in our working group. Welcome, and feel free to start your presentation.
Hello, hi everyone. Thank you for having me again at this RIPE meeting. So, what is EuroIX? EuroIX is an association of internet exchange points, and today we have 71 members. I'd like to welcome our newest members, Nixie and EuroAsia Peering, who joined us in 2021. We also have a number of patrons, and patrons are organizations that typically work close with IXPs, so you can see a number of those there. Usually during this session, I talk about some news from the membership, so I'm going to do that first today, and then I'm also going to talk about some of the EuroIX activities. So let's start with the member news. Well, first up, we have Namex. So mark your diaries. The 9th of June, Namex has its annual member meeting. GRIX reached a new traffic peak, which and they completed their platform upgrade, which now they have 1,400 gig ports connected. Annex was created back in 2018 and is managed by Namex. They've doubled their members in the last 12 months and are also looking to upgrade their hardware. Lukix On their road to becoming Manus compliant, they've activated route filtering and invalids are now dropped. And about 35% of the accepted routes are RPKI valid. So some good news there on the security front there. VIX has reached a new peak of 1 terabits of traffic a couple of weeks ago, so congratulations for that. And this week they are in the middle of their hardware upgrade, so good luck with that as well. Now I'm going to talk about some of our activities. Right, so first up is the IXP database. The IXP database is a database that collects data basically from IXPs. It uses a standard JSON format called the IXF member list. And it contains data about the participants, which is the IP address, ASN, and locations, but also it has details about the hardware and root servers. We've got documentation available at the URL on the page, and I'm thrilled to say that we recruited a product manager this year who started in March, and he'll be working on the next stage, which is the data visualizations and the analysis. Which I think is the exciting bit now, is to kind of visualize the data. So Leo Vigoda joined us in March. Today we have 271 IXPs reporting to the database through the APIs. We are looking for sponsorship, so if you're interested, you can check out the link there. But I'd also like to say a big thank you to our current sponsors, because obviously we couldn't do this work without them. So thank you all very much. A quick update on the peering toolbox. We presented this at last year's RIPE meeting. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, the development in 2020 was slow. We did conduct a survey and we got some really interesting feedback, which we've analysed, and the plan going forward is to have a panel. So look out for that. The website is also now live, so you can go and have a look at the website, and if you have any content that you'd like us to include, then please contact us and send that over to us, and we'd happily add that to the page there. We are also looking for volunteers to join the Peering Toolbox team. So if you're interested in joining the team, then please get in touch. If you want to know more about it, also get in touch and we can explain what's involved. With obviously us not being able to meet last year, we started doing a number of virtual events to, first of all, keep the community connected, but also continue to learn and grow. You know, things that we're not been able to do over the last year. So we had a number of presentations this year in 2021. We've learned about the basics of governance and best practices for non-profit boards, which is a very interesting presentation, I think, for our community. So if you are thinking about joining a board or work with a board, I think it's quite an interesting talk to listen to. We also heard from Todd Parker, and Ryan Gunter from Switch, who presented on their proposal of best operational practices for maintenance notifications. So this was also really interesting. So if you manage a lot of peers or working with a lot of internet exchange points, I really recommend you watch this presentation. Or if you know Todd or Ryan, get in touch with them directly and they can talk to you about their proposal. We also heard on the NIS2 directive and the impact to IXPs, which again is something that's impacting not just IXPs, but others, networks and hardware vendors and all sorts in the community. So it's important to keep on top of what's going on there. Coming up, we are looking forward to a bird root server tutorial, a presentation from one of our patrons on the future of interconnection and data centers, and an 8 root server tutorial. So these are actually open, not just for members, so anyone in the community can join. Another series that we started last year was the Let's Talk, Let's Act. And the idea here is to talk about topics that can help inspire and motivate people to make a change or take the next step that they're not sure about taking. So we had one on engaging with youth, engaging more with youth in the industry last year, and we also had we heard from women leaders at IXPs. This year we've heard from we looked at sorry, I was just trying to read, I saw my name and I was just trying to read the comments and I got distracted. So this year so far we've looked at exploring the power of mentoring. So when Florence asked for this presentation, she asked me to speak a bit more on that, so I'm just going to talk about that. So mentoring is a topic that's come up, and there are many industry organizations that are offering this, but what we wanted to do was kind of have a discussion and let's look at and hear from different points of view. Like, what does it mean to be a mentor? What does it mean to be a mentee? What is your role? How can you even set up programs? So what did we learn? So we learned that mentoring can be rewarding and powerful. What does it mean to be a mentor? We had lots of people asking, like, if I want to be a mentor, what do I need to do? Do I have to, know all the answers? Do I have to, train, or, what do I actually have to do? So, what we learned was that it's really just about sharing your experiences and point of view and being able to give some direction and support. It's important that if you do decide to, go into this relationship, the mentee, should be doing most of the work. The mentor can also learn too by hearing different perspectives. Setting up a program, you can start small and grow, and reach out to other groups that can also be mentors. So you don't have to just do it, in the particular group you're in. So it can also, something that the more industry events could start doing as well. Something your company could offer, and I think also the NOGs are also a good place to do this. So it could be worth speaking to them. One of the challenges that came up was finding a match. So if you already know somebody that you look up to, or you think that could be a good mentor for you, then why not ask? Because I think everyone likes to hear a compliment. So if you're if you go and say that you like what they do and you would like them to be a mentor, it's hard to turn that down. And I think another thing we learned was that if it doesn't work, it's fine. You can try again. It doesn't mean that the first time you get matched with someone that it's going to be perfect. There is a road and a journey that you go on for this. So that was a really inspiring discussion. So if you're interested in hearing that, you can see that on the link there. And that's it. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Michelle, for that. That was really, really good. I think the mentoring is really something we need to have and to be able to push, because, well, we need a future, I guess. So yeah,
right.
It could be helpful for that. So I see we have one question. Kostas Zorbarelos asks, how does IXPDB compare to PeeringDB? Do they have overlapping informations?
So yes, it does have information that is the same as what is available in PeeringDB. However, the IXP database's source is only the IXPs. So so that I think is the difference, because the source of the IXPs, the main source of the IXP data and the peering DB is from networks, unless you have the IXF JSON configured in peering DB, which is also available, by the way. So, you know, IXPs want that, or networks that want to enable that, they can do that through peering DB as well. Does that answer your question?
Well, we'll see, but I think it does. We'll see if he reacts, but I think it was clear enough. Yeah. Yeah, and IXF is really simple to go and implement, actually. So yeah.
Yeah.
So okay. So do we have any other questions? Any comments? We're actually ahead in time, so that's really good, which is amazing. No other questions? Oh yeah, we got one question. Another question from Farzan Badai, sorry if I butchered your name, from Yale. Other than presentation about manners, does EuroIX have any special programs that incentivize the members to adopt manners? Do you know how many of your members have adopted?
That's a good question. No, I don't know how many of the EuroIX members have actually adopted manners. And we don't actually have a program per se, but we very heavily support the existing manners program that ISOC are running. And, you know, we've had many presentations, and actually the IXP program came out of one of the EuroIX forums. So, you know, we work closely with the manners team and ISOC in that regard, but we obviously encourage IXPs to adopt manners. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so I think we covered all the questions. Yep. Oh, now we've got the right font with our slide deck. Thank you, Remco. Okay, so what's next? Now we've got and now
much later. Of course, I have to do that voiceover because my French is by far the best. But now we come to the open discussion part, and there is one point I would like to bring to your attention. I'm not going to have a discussion around it right now, but I do want everyone about this to be aware. There was a presentation submitted to the program committee about Gaia-X, which is a new project, European project, set up by a number of very large companies that proposes a European sovereign data infrastructure, is I think the phrasing they're using. The program committee did not accept that presentation, and we decided, you know what, we find this very interesting because there's a huge on the infrastructure side, there's a huge play in terms of network connectivity and interconnection in there as well. We'd very much like to hear what's going on. Sadly, the Gaia-X people didn't accept our invitation, which I'm hoping, I'm looking forward to hear from them in the future. But it is probably good to have a look at what's going on there. There's some interesting founder members and some interesting choices. I'm just going to put it that way. I'll leave it at that. Then other topics. This is your chance to run up to a virtual microphone that's in front of you and let us know.
Oh yeah, we've got the link for some references in the chat for Gaia.
Yes.
Thank you, Rob.
That's indeed. Thanks, Rob. That is indeed the link.
So
anyone?
Do we have any comments, questions? Well, tomatoes would be a problem because we're a bit far away.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to throw a tomato at your own screen. That's fine. Don't have to clean that one up. Very quiet. In that case, Daniel.
Oh,
Daniel wants to say something. Daniel.
So Daniel asked, any opinion
Daniel,
on Gaia X for
the floor is yours.
Yes, this Gaia X thing that has me intrigued because I see sort of as a networker and as a citizen, I see a good intention to develop an industry that can provide sort of services that the big, Amazon, Google, Big Four, Big Five provide sort of outside our region, and that realizes the necessity for our region to develop their own industry. And I'm wondering, but on the other hand, it has to me a little bit of a smell of government industry policy, not really realistic. People in it mostly for the money, no concrete results. So I wonder if anybody, especially since I see that some of the EIX is taking part of it, any feeling about the real relevance and the real difference it might make. Since we have time, why don't we discuss that?
You're muted, Remco.
To discuss that with the Gaia X people actually in the room, and since they're not, I'm hoping that we can do that another time. I do think that there's a bit of homework to be done for all of us. I've already seen an offer from Alex Yoda in the Q&A section who mentions that both DKIX and AMZIX are part of Gaia X and is more than willing to liaise something for RIPE 83. I would be delighted to have that content for the next presentation, for the next session, Alex. So consider that already accepted. So yeah, I don't know how to discuss this without actually, having the proper insights and preparation. I have somewhat mixed feelings around it, like you just expressed, Daniel. I do think that we need to be aware of what's going on there, and that's why I brought it up.
I see that we've got Eric that was queuing, so I will grant you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric Price. I would like to ask the audience a interesting question here in regards to anti-abuse. There has been some discussion in the Dutch communities about how far can we ask the internet exchanges to either stop serving us routes from networks that are doing bad things. Let's put it that way. Specifically, the typical hosters that are popping up on all the lists. And one of the things that I would like to ask the audience is, how can we provide a non-discriminatory list that on one side provides a good option to say, these are the bad hosts that we don't want to peer with, and as a community say, we want to have the internet exchanges, and we obviously know that you can't just disconnect them from the member organizations or as a customer, but you can actually tell, if you're on this list, you need to do additional work with the route server to actually get the peering done with that network, so that by default you're securing the rest of your members from all the shit that you get from the various networks. Now the question is, how do we come to such a list? Are we looking to things like the don't route list from Spamhaus? Are we looking at the things that the guys from Host Exploit did in the past, and see, you know, what they have in the top 50 list, for instance? But this is something that we're looking for, and to see if we can actually push that forward then into the discussions with the various internet exchanges.
That's a really good question. A really good point, I think. Let's see if we've got like comments like that right now. Otherwise, I think that should be definitely taken to the mailing list or to some discussion, further discussion, because that's a really good point, Eric. I agree. And I don't see much there. And I don't hear you, Remco.
Mute buttons.
Oh yeah.
So definitely take that to the mailing list. Thanks for bringing that up, Eric. I think that's a very good point. I see Harry Cross making some comments. Would you like to have those read out, Harry, or what? Is there something I can do with them, or you want to speak to those points yourself, or? I'll take that as a no. Well, okay, I'll read them out. Harry Cross says, I find the concept of deep platforming in ASN like that worrying. We'll need to make the thresholds for this very apparent, providing clear detail of what offenses earns an ISP a place on that list. That's solid feedback, I think. Considering the majority of the abuse my network receives is from Google, I don't think it's realistic to expect them to change their behavior and care, is another interesting point. Right. Okay, I would suggest that we move this to the mailing list. Eric, is that okay?
Yep, very good.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, that was some interesting extra content. I don't think we have a lot more other topics that people are bringing on. So unless my co-chairs disagree, I think we're going to call it for RIPE 82.
Just before we do that, I think that we should do another round of feedback about the format of the question, about the importance of having this discussion slot at the end of the working group for next time as well. So if you have any comment about that at the right moment, feel free to raise your voice. And if not, indeed, I would agree that this is the end of Connect working group at RIPE 82.
All right. As always, we very much appreciate your feedback. Rate the talks, rate the presenters, rate everything. Great to see you all again, even though it's just on the list on my screen. And until the next one, à la prochaine. Bye.
See you later.
See you later.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone can see me nicely. And you can always sit, but much better for your body is it when you are standing. So let's do that together for 5 minutes and let's refresh for the afternoon. So let's shake a little bit with your arms and then, start going with your arms, hitting your beautiful body. Just relax and smile. It's Tuesday, second day of the 82. So let's start. Let's have feet shoulder apart. Then spread your arms. We go a little bit into our knees. We do big circle in front of us. And look at that. We go down, and when we go up is breathe in. And breathe out when we go down. Two more times. And last time. Wow. And how do you feel? Already nice? So let's concentrate on our shoulders. Let's stretch one arm up. Doesn't matter which arm you are pointing up, but reach, 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 reach. Then fold the elbow, and with the other hand, you hold it and pull it behind you. And relax, and breathe, and smile. Don't forget. Then we stretch it again in front of us. Then the arm will be in front of you. With the other hand, you pull the elbow again to yourself, to your body. You can also bend the elbow and then like you feel you're touching your back of your neck. This way, you can even push maybe a little bit further, but gently, don't overdo it. And then we stretch it again, wide nicely, and then we go with the other hand all the way up. Then fold the elbow with the other hand, you pull the elbow backwards. And again, relax, and inhale, and exhale. Then we stretch it again all the way up and put it in front of our body. And the other hand again, pull the elbow towards your body. Again, we can bend the elbow, try to touch your hand back of your neck. Okay, let's put it straight and let's interlace our fingers in front of us and we breathe in here. And be careful, your shoulders should fall down nicely. We go up with our arms. And we start going from left to the right. Woo. Maybe. Don't overdo it. Still have 3 days to go. All right. How does it feel? Then imagine the wall behind us. We breathe in and then we try to touch the wall behind us and you breathe out. So let's do it all together. And touch and come back. And we go to the other side. Very good. So how does this feel? We have Desiree, would you like to join me? Lovely, lovely, lovely. I'm really pleased to see you. Super cool. So you can also, exactly, let's warm up the hands. Very good. I'm so pleased to see you. All right. We can extend our arm. Then we point the fingers all the way up. With the other hand, you try to pull the fingers towards your body. Very good. But don't overdo it, just slowly, gently. Then we turn the arm, and now the fingers will be pointing down to the ground. Oh, look at it. And then we can maybe also a little bit get the attention for the fingers. All right. Let's shake the hand. Let's repeat this on the other side. First, in front of you, reach it. Then pull the fingers towards your body. Very good, Desiree. Big smile, very good. Then we turn the arm and we go, pointing the fingers down. All right, I think it's time. I was allowed to be a little bit longer, so that's good. And as last, today we will do the break dance. Do you remember? So interlace your fingers and we start doing waves, going from one side to the other side. Let the flow in your body and then going behind your head. Ha ha. And then change the directions. And again, going from left to the right. Okay, and this way we finish today. Stretch session with me. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
doing a microphone check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Julf. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to hear that I'm not the only one with a very loud keyboard. Ah, there is Desiree as well.
Wow, okay. Okay. It is 4 o'clock. I think that we can start. You are muted, colleagues. Is it okay to start?
Yes, please start.
Great.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Cooperation Work Group. We are very pleased to have you back again to RIPE 22 meeting, Cooperation Work Group session. And we are very pleased to welcome our new co-chair, Desiree Milosevic, that was selected as co-chair during this winter selection procedure that we had. So very welcome, Desiree. You will take the floor in a minute. Just to finish in a way with a couple of administrative things. For us also, the fact that we have a third co-chair means that we can now go on with the renewal for the other co-chairs positions, as Julf and myself who were appointed at the same time. So leaving both of us would mean that we would leave the chairing the group orphan. So now we'll start in a way this procedure renewing the other chairs with at RIPE 83. And just with many thanks to Gergana, that is also doing the script for this meeting, that she did the minutes of our meeting in RIPE 81, just to that we circulated end of November to the list, the mailing list of the group. So just to check with everybody that if the meetings can be approved. And with that, I would like to pass the floor to Desiree to start with her first chairing experience in this meeting. Desiree, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Julf, and thank you for your support, and thank you to all the members as well. I look forward to serving the RIPE member cooperation working group and the RIPE community. The honor is mine. We have to introduce the speakers for this session of the Cooperation Working Group, and we have published our agenda, and you would see that the Digital Services Act is dominant on our agenda today. So we have two speakers speaking to that, and also a third speaker speaking a little bit from a different angle about the SSIDs. Therefore, I would not say a lot, since we only have a 60-minute slot.
You can use the Q&A session to ask the questions if you have a direct questions for our first speaker, Agni Kharlap. Agni, if you wouldn't mind setting up your slides whilst I speak, maybe that would be, or sharing your screen whilst I speak. Okay, you're there. So welcome. We can also see you. I'll do, are you all set for the presentation? I believe Yulf will. Okay, all right, you're still sitting the audio. And whilst you do that, I'll just read the introductions and introduce Agni Kharlap. She works for the European Commission and on developing effective policies, and she works she's a part of an international team that is negotiating the Digital Services Act, and also with the Council as well with the Parliament. And before joining the Commission, Agni was actually worked as a diplomat in the permanent representation of Estonia in Brussels to the European Union, and she was covering a wide range of security issues. And let's see how we are doing with sharing.
Hi.
Green.
So
Hi.
Hi. I'm having trouble sharing or managing the slides.
So you have a.
It's there, it's uploaded, but I don't seem to be able to share it. Or maybe, share preloaded slides. Sorry. This is embarrassing. It's always when you're, there you go. It's always when you're regulating tech, you want to sort of seem competent. So I failed in the first instance and apologize. I hope my presentation will be interesting, and I'll make up for this slide sharing mishap. Is it okay, Desiree, if I start?
Please do, the floor is yours.
Perfect. So hi everyone, really, really great to be here. Looking forward to any questions you may have, and also the discussion and the next speakers as well and their interventions. So I'm going to just give you a brief overview of the Digital Services Act, which we presented in December of last year. I don't have to, of course, tell you that the last comprehensive rules that we have on intermediary services are from the year 2000, and life has changed quite a bit in the digital world since then. So the European Commission decided that it was time to revise this framework, notably for the intermediary services. So the Digital Services Act serves two key objectives. It serves to create a safer digital space in which fundamental rights of all users are protected. And it also serves to establish a level playing field to foster innovation, growth, and competitiveness in the European single market. And you will see how the building blocks of the Digital Services Act serve these two objectives in a manner that is proportionate to the different services. So the one key element, or the one sort of key building block of the Digital Services Act is that we cover all intermediary service providers. However, we have different obligations depending on the different providers. So on the very basic level, we have all intermediaries. So this, of course, includes, I think, most relevant to you, this group, internet access providers, domain name registries. And then we differentiate within this category for hosting service providers. So this includes online marketplaces, app stores, collaborative economy, hosting service providers, cloud services, web hosting. So those services which offer their services both to the publicly facing services and those who provide also other hosting services which are not necessarily publicly facing. And within this hosting service category, we differentiate online platforms. So these are platforms which disseminate content to the public. So these are hosting services, but they also disseminate content to the public. And these are the services that I mentioned before. And now further within this category, we differentiate between very large online platforms. So these are online platforms, so also hosting services which disseminate content to the public or facilitate the dissemination of content to the public, which have over 45 million users in the Union. So basically, the DSA has sort of three key elements. It has the liability regime for all intermediaries, and it has due diligence obligations for mostly hosting service providers, online platforms, and very large online platforms, and as well a new governance and enforcement mechanism. I'll briefly discuss all of these as we go along in the presentation. So basically, a couple of things about the liability provisions. So the DSA harmonizes liability exemptions and not liability as such. So it maintains the principles of the e-commerce directive. It does not attribute liability. And it maintains the prohibition of general monitoring. DSA is also neutral, so it does not define what is illegal. And illegality is defined by national or other EU rules. And so whenever you read in the DSA illegal content, it is defined as content which is defined illegal under national or EU rules. Now further, DSA is also horizontal, so it covers all types of illegal content. It covers civil and criminal liability. And I think important to note, some provisions can cover harmful content, but these relate to transparency and safeguards, decisions under terms and conditions of the providers, and systemic risks on very large platforms. So where it pertains to removal of content, this is only covers illegal content. And also very important, the DSA applies to services and not to actors. So there are a number of platforms out there or service providers out there that provide, for example, interpersonal communication services alongside hosting services. And different obligations will apply to different elements of these services. Moving on, also important is that the DSA clarifies that voluntary own initiative investigations as such are still eligible to benefit from liability exemption. So where service providers take action on their own, that in itself does not, they don't in itself lose liability exemption as such. And this also covers, of course, the three key categories which have been now exported from the e-commerce directive to the DSA, including mere conduit, caching services, and hosting services. And just to mention on these, you can find examples of what we consider to be mere conduit services in recital 27 of the DSA. So, and also importantly, as I mentioned before, it maintains the prohibition of general monitoring obligations as in the e-commerce directive. It is still possible for member states to issue orders in accordance with national legislation, as well as this possibility is also mentioned in the e-commerce directive. But the DSA now also sets additional conditions to these orders. I'm speaking of Articles 8 and 9 of the DSA. And finally, just to give you a brief overview of the sort of different due diligence obligations, on these slides you can see how we've tried to ensure proportionality and ensuring that the obligations and the interventions are done where the problems occur the most. So the obligations on all intermediaries include to have points of contact, to have a legal representative for those companies not established in the union, but offering their services in the union, clear terms and conditions, and also transparency reporting. Here, important to note that small and micro enterprises are currently excluded from the obligation of transparency reporting. And further down, for hosting service providers, there's notice and action and information to the content provider. For online platforms, there's more extensive obligations. And for very large online platforms, you will see a number of additional obligations, and there is an important systemic approach the DSA takes there, where very large online platforms, given their role in facilitating public debate, will have to take a number of risk management measures and be subject their services to independent audits, as well as certain data access for vetted researchers. And there's a number of provisions there. If you're more interested, feel free to shoot a question, and I can focus more on that as well. So as you see, these obligations are cumulative. So if you're a very large online platform, you will have to apply to all of these obligations. If you're an online platform, you will have to apply the obligations of hosting services and all intermediaries. And then finally, and I promise this is actually the final slide, the EU governance for supervising digital services is made up basically of 3 levels. There are the national digital services coordinators. They have to be independent. They will manage and enforce the rules of the services which are located in their territories. And then there's a European Board for Digital Services, where they will meet, discuss. They can also have joint investigations. This is chaired by the Commission, and they can also recommend actions. And then finally, for the very large online platforms, we have an additional role for the European Commission, also taken inspiration from competition law. If some of you are aware of it and you see the provisions, you can find some similarities. And there, this is mostly for the enforcement of rules on very large online platforms, which of course have an impact across the EU and in many member states. And finally, yes, the breaches of the obligations may lead to fines up to 6% of the provider's turnover. And this is it. Thank you. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to respond to them, and hope this was useful.
Yes, this was very useful, Agni. Thank you for doing such a succinct overview of a very large, I would say, a topic. And whilst we are having some chats in the room, even suggestions for Paul, I'll ask Yulf to see if we have any questions.
Well, we do actually. We have a question from Brett Carver of Nominet UK, who asks, if a service provider is located in a non-member state, but provides services to people within a member state, are they subject to the DSA? In that case, who enforces the act against the service provider in a non-member state, should they be non-compliant to the obligations?
Could you repeat that? What, if the service provider is located
in a non-member state
outside of the EU?
Yes.
Okay.
But provide services to inside the EU.
Yeah. So basically, the Digital Services Act foresees that all providers which have a substantial connection to the Union. So this includes providing their services or targeting their services towards the users in the Union. They will have to appoint a legal representative in one of the member states. So they can choose which member state to appoint the legal representative in. You can find similar provisions also in the Terrorist Content Online Regulation. GDPR also includes a legal representative function, and the e-evidence proposals, for example, include a very similar sort of logic. And so these services which do offer their services in the Union are covered. And there then it will be that member state where the legal representative is responsible for that service to make sure that they comply with the rules.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question in that Q&A.
We're having quite a lively discussion in the chat, and I believe it would be really good if people follow up on our mailing list as well, even suggestions about polls and asking what would happen with the poll of our membership afterwards. And so I think the group is still discussing options how to provide more feedback to DSA. It is probably good to know that there is an open submission to provide feedback on the DSA, and if there are no more questions directly.
Well, actually, meanwhile, there's 3 more questions popped up.
Okay.
2 of them are actually follow-ups to the previous ones, so I'll do those first. So the Sia Satpor is asking, when you talk about obligations, I can imagine there is a penalty if the companies do not comply with the obligations. What are these penalties?
The DSA provides for a very extensive enforcement mechanism. So we have, for this, we have chapters 4 and 5. And for those of you who want to go and read it, I apologize already for the length of it. Basically, there are, of course, fines. So any obligation within the DSA is enforceable by a number of ways to do it. And the maximum amount for the fines is 6% of the global turnover of the company. So this will, the actual penalty will, of course, depend on what the infringement has been. But this is, there are fines for the companies if they do not comply with these obligations.
Right. Then I have Nigel Hickinson had us off. Just a clarification on the previous answer that so just having a site selling widgets or whatever in the UK would not be covered if there's no specific targeting at EU customers.
Having a site selling.
So let's say somebody just has a web shop in the UK, but it's not targeting EU customers specifically.
Yeah. So that's a good question, and the answer to that is it is always a case-by-case assessment. So even if they don't do specific targeting to EU customers, but there is a large number of EU customers that are using their services, potentially member states could still argue for this. So there is always a case-by-case assessment in terms of who has a substantial connection to the union. But in this particular case, where it says that there is a very sort of UK-centric platform, which is only, you're only able to buy in pounds, there's really no real connection, then arguably I think that platform might not be covered, but this is always a case-by-case assessment.
Right.
Thank you.
And, yeah, a very quick final question that I'm going to allow from the Q&A, which is from Andrew Campling. It's a more of an abstract thing that some large tech companies maintain that the internet is its own jurisdiction. So it sits outside the reach of national legislation. I assume you don't agree.
No, I think certainly the EU, with the approach it has taken with the Digital Services Act, would not agree that that internet is its own jurisdiction. But what we do argue for is that the EU creates its own rules, and these need to be implementable online for services which are also offering their services within the Union. So the e-commerce directive, for example, is only applicable to companies established in the Union. With the Digital Services Act, we're taking a different approach, saying if you're offering your services in the Union, then you have to comply with the rules which are established in the Union.
Okay, and very quickly from Jean Reid, who would make the case-by-case judgment for a non-EU provider?
It would be the different member states. So, for example, if you have a surge in one member state, you start seeing challenges and problems with a particular provider. That provider is not established in the Union, and that provider, for example, is not wanting to establish a union for one reason or another. Then a member state can exercise its jurisdiction via sort of international agreements which already exist.
Okay, I think we have to cut the questions at this point to move on. But thank you.
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Agni, again, and everyone for the questions. We'll continue with this, and we continue now with our next speaker on the DSA, which is Paulina Malaya from Centre. And Paulina is the policy advisor at the Council of European National Top-Level Domain Name Registries, where she leads its policy work and liaises with governments and other organizations in the internet ecosystem. One thing to know about Paulina is that she actually holds an LLM in international human rights and intellectual property law. And before Centre, she worked at the Free Software Foundation Europe, where she was responsible for the free and open source software advocacy work and she writes the legal network. With that introduction, Paulina, welcome to the Cooperation Working Group session. And not to lose any more time, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Desiree. I hope everybody is hearing me well. Yes, I hope so. And I also hope you see my slides. So good afternoon. And once again, many thanks for the Cooperation Working Group chairs for having me today. So as so helpfully already introduced by Desiree, I'm Paulina Malaya, and I'm a policy advisor at Centre. And for all of you who might not know who is Centre, a quick recap who we are. So we are an association by and for European country code top-level domain registries such as .nl and .eu, for example. And we have been around for over 20 years now, bringing together ccTLDs across Europe, sharing good practice, expertise, industry, statistics, and policy analysis. So here at Centre, we've been closely paying attention to the DSA and the discussions around it, as the reform, and as we already heard by Agni, as proposed by the European Commission, affects the providers within the technical layer of the internet ecosystem, such as DNS service providers and domain name registries. And the links to several statements within different legislative stages can be found on this slide, as you can see. And the latest comment on the DSA proposal we published in the end of March this year. And the overarching theme of the statements is essentially an ask for policymakers to exercise caution when considering the role of Internet's core infrastructure in the content moderation debate. And as we heard earlier, the DSA is essentially an update of the e-commerce directive. And the e-commerce directive provides a framework regulating information society services that fall under the category of online intermediaries, such as mere conduits, caching, and hosting service providers. And these categories of providers are subject to a so-called limited liability regime for content provided by end users and using their services. And in year 2000, when the e-commerce directive was put in place, the DNS service providers, including domain name registries, were not considered to be intermediary service providers, as the definitions of these intermediaries under the e-commerce directive do not reflect the technical function of DNS. And specifically, if we talk about domain name registries, they do not provide access to communication networks, do not store nor transmit any content through their managed infrastructure, as suggested by the definitions of these three categories in the e-commerce directive. So the intention of the DSA, as we also heard from Agni before, is to update that legal framework to reflect the technological reality of digital services available to consumers today, in addition, of course, to contributing to online safety. And in this sense, the update of the e-commerce directive and the current legislation is a welcome step. And the Commission's proposal reinforces some of the core principles of the e-commerce directive that we also consider to be essential for the viability of different service providers online. And so such as is the principle of the limited liability regime and the prohibition of general monitoring obligation. So this is also something that we welcome from our side and in the DSA proposal, and that I think is worth to be mentioned again. However, when it comes to making sure that the provision of the core internet infrastructure, such as DNS, is not disproportionately affected, I'd like to highlight 3 key areas where further attention and clarification, in our view, is needed from CCTLD perspective, of course, primarily. And so in order to serve the intentions put forward by the policymakers in the proposal. So first, it is noteworthy that the Commission proposal recognizes the limited but very important role of certain technical auxiliary functions of Internet infrastructure services, as evident from recital 27 that you can see on my slide. Notably, the proposal also confirms that domain name registries are intermediaries and should be able to benefit from a liability exemption to the extent that their services qualify as mere conduit, caching, or hosting service. However, as we have mentioned or have established before, at no point in time can registries be considered to offer services falling in any of these 3 categories. So in our view, this creates more legal uncertainty for DNS operators and specifically domain name registries, as their technical DNS-related service cannot be shielded from liability in practice, despite the intentions from the policymakers, as evident in the DSA proposal and recital 27 specifically. Second, the definition of the illegal content, as we see it in the proposal, can also benefit from further clarification. At the moment, the definition can be interpreted that any reference to illegal activity, in addition to illegal activity itself, can be considered illegal. So in such reference in practice, could, in our view, also include a lawful activity such as reporting, so a reference to an illegal activity taking place, or even the provision of the underlying technical infrastructure. As in essence, domain name can provide a reference to a website connected to this domain name, and that website may include illegal content, and registry cannot be aware of that at the point of the domain name registration, and also cannot effectively judge whether content on the website is legal. So coupled with the lack of the effective means to shield domain name registries from liability for online content that they don't have effective control over, as remember, no content actually passes through the infrastructure managed by domain name registries. This, in our view, can have a serious effect on provision of the digital infrastructure. And third, and the final point from our view that also would really benefit for further clarification are the powers of digital services coordinators, so the special authority to be established under the DSA. So these authorities, in special circumstances, can mandate the suspension of underlying infrastructure if we read Article 41. And if, of course, the infringement is serious and persists. So while the limits of such drastic measures are, in our view, well defined in the proposal, so it includes such criteria that it should be a case of a serious criminal offense, there should be a threat to the life or safety of persons, and of course, it should also be done via a request to judicial authority. In our view, it is still important to make sure that these authorities actually demonstrate their due diligence before resorting to such drastic measures, so that these authorities demonstrate that they have tried within all the powers available to them to address illegal content as close to the source as possible and with the intermediaries that are closest to the content. So before mandating an action from a domain name registry. And so just to quickly recap these 3 key recommendations that we feel that would benefit the legal clarity for domain name registries and DNS service providers in the DSA is first and foremost to include a clear liability exception that does not fall under the 3 existing categories, but is in a form of a 4th category, separate, reserved for the technical auxiliary function of the DNS. Second, we call for a clarification in the definition of illegal content that omits the wording that could cause further misconception and affect the functioning of the internet. And thirdly, we call for digital services coordinators to demonstrate due diligence before resorting to these exceptional powers under the proposal, including mandating action on the infrastructure level. And with that, I would like to thank all of you, and I am very happy to answer all your possible questions. And yes, if you would like to stay informed of center activities, then please do check out our website and subscribe to our newsletters. And of course, you can always contact me by this email. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Paulina, very much, especially with these 3 requests saying what the center really wants or its members. So let's see from Yulf if there are any specific direct questions coming to you.
There is one from Andrew Campling. But thanks, Paulina. Great summary and some helpful insights. Given that it's possible to obscure the geographic origin of a query to a DNS resolver, how do you think operators can comply with the often conflicting requirements of individual member states?
That's a very good question from Andrew. And yes, and that's indeed one of the difficulties to enforce, and especially also for these special new authorities to be formed under DSA, the digital services coordinators. So yeah, so this indeed is a challenge, and of course for domain names, well, it will be always. I mean, if the action will be taken on the domain name level, then it would depend on the TLD rather than the source of the DNS traffic.
Thank you.
Thank
no
you.
Further questions.
No further questions, and maybe there's some key dates, Paulina, that you want to mention to our members as next steps for DSA.
So as next steps, of course, the text is now with the co-legislators in the European Parliament and in the Council of European Union. So I would really encourage everybody to share any concerns and any insight that also I'm sure the audience is well aware of the DSA and has also other interesting insights into how this can affect digital infrastructure specifically, as the DSA is really no longer about pure content moderation, but it affects really the full stack. So I would just really encourage everybody to engage with their respective parliamentarians and authorities on the national level to make sure that your voices are heard and the technical community voices taken into consideration when we are talking on of the legislation that does not only concern platforms.
Okay, and I have one more question from Niall. Is there a boundary of scope between DSA and NIS2, or do they overlap?
Also very interesting question, and NIS2 is another important reform that I'm sure has been under discussion within RIPE community. So yes, the overlap is not that evident. However, it can become more pressing as NIS provides a definition for DNS service provider and a TLD registry. So in this sense, even though at the moment, of course, the DSA stays, as Agne also was saying, that it's focused on the service and not so much on the operator. So let's say that some inspiration for definition, what, for example, a DNS service can be perceived in the context of a content moderation under DSA could be taken from the NIS2, as NIS2 provides these definitions that DSA lacks. And as we, of course, have to consider EU legislation in a bundle, and none of these regulations exist on their own. So we could definitely see some further overlap as the discussions on the definitions under NIS2 advance.
Great, thank you. That's all for the Q&A for now. Shall we move on?
Let's move on. Whilst I introduce our next presenter, that's Rob van Kranenburg, and he is a first of all prolific writer on many issues concerning the IoT, and maybe to mention some of his works. He wrote The Internet of Things and the Critique of Ambient Technology for All-Seeing Network of RFID. But in this particular presentation, I think the title is Disposable Identities, the Solution to Privacy, Security and Infrastructure of an IoT World, which would be interesting to our members, because it's trying to describe a different self-sovereign framework, regulation and proposal, how the public institutions and corporate actors and citizens would benefit from this new framework. And so especially using this verifiable credentials by W3C. So I'll stop here and welcome Rob. Rob, welcome to our session today. I see you all set, so the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I'm really honored and very to be here. And I apologize up front that I will not present as the speakers to the situation sort of at hand. But I think that that the issues that I will briefly discuss are coming up more more across the broader spectrum, especially as we think about digital identity management. And this notion of this very recent framework of self-sovereign identity that's now also being pushed sort of quite strongly, especially in Germany with Angela Merkel pushing for it. I say that this can play out in terms of the current on EID, European. It may be that after in the same realm as data and platform is the identity, and digital identity is becoming something that will actually sort of trigger new ways of thinking about this. And the way you can look at this self-sovereign identity at the moment is that it's a kind of a win-win-win for basically all actively say institutions, industry on the one hand, and citizens. And
sorry, Rob, you're cutting in and out a little bit. And if you maybe switch off the video, it may enhance our experience. But let's try that.
Yeah, is this better? Very good. Is this better?
Sounds good so far.
Very good. Basically, this self-sovereign identity it renegotiates kind of power. And what I talk about a specific kind of this type of self-sovereign identity. They have the toolbox within it, which is kind of hard coding GDPR, which is kind of this idea of data minimization. We talk ephemeral identity, or disposing entity, or entities. So basically envisaging a kind of self-sovereign identity framework in which from this self-sovereign identity, basically every data transfer, every type of data will have a separate identity. Will be always be a kind of smart contract separate identity based on any relationship with any new relationship with any new service provider. Reading is to continuous real-time tracking, tracing of identified users. So instead, we operate via multiple of composable relational identities. And it's generated for every single interaction between user and service or object disposal identities. And that's kind of a way of thinking that seems only very recently quite sort of utopian or in a different realm, but it's beginning to sink in different contexts. So these are slides that are part of the request for information from the object management group. So the object management group has a request for information out on disposable or ephemeral identities. And as it says, the OMG thinks that disposable IDs taking a step further by providing SSD unique to a specific context. And this goes now into the kind of thinking that is also being pushed in Europe by the ESSIF Lab new open call, which is basically calling for assurance communities. Assurance communities are real world organizations that basically can start trusted third-party providers. So it's very much about this context specificity. Yeah, in case of time, I will I think I will skip this one. But this is, I think, so it's about this contextual trusted third parties, where disposable potential standard lets you choose a trusted third party for a specific context. For example, this means that I can choose a trusted third party appropriate to a context, and also a third party kind of. And so these are the questions that are being raised today in context. Now, the context of the object management group is also very much about Internet of Things and IoT and industry. So basically, what we are going to see is kind of a framework that's discontinuating from people and object plates and all go down to the level of basically entities. Yes. Okay.
Try disconnecting your audio and connecting it again for just 1 second. We might be able to overcome. Try that.
There's a reconnect audio button at the bottom right.
Okay. So I could hear everyone very well, and sort of see. Sorry. Is this better? Not really.
Yeah, sounds okay for now.
Okay, I'll be quick then. So basically, there is a request for information out on disposable ephemeral identities, and Janet is the person to contact there. But if you go out and look for a disposable ID RF object management, basically you will find it. This kind of thinking has been to be considered in a framework in which identity itself only partly is what you present in terms of credential in your wallet, in all this kind of self-sovereign framework, but it's also what you're offering about, which is the whole Internet of Things environment, and the third part is behavior. So there is a privacy by design framework which is now called Coalition, coalition.org, and it's basically built in a visual life kind of model in which basically every act, like in tying your shoelace with your left hand or tying your shoelace with your right, or a shaving foam is a number. And of course, this will run in the nests and this will run in the cameras. And so this whole notion of identity cannot be disambiguated from the connectedness of the kind of alien connectivity they have. So trying to still think in terms of relatively standalone notions of identity as people presenting identity is not really helpful sort of in this. And the last thing I would like to basically touch upon is the fact that these types of new modeling that's facilitated by all kinds of blockchain, crypto, new types of machine-to-machine type of interaction is now leading to what's being called the third wave in blockchain, which is called Affinity, which is recently emerged after 5 years of basic experimentation and working. It's been seen as the third wave after Bitcoin and Ethereum, and may actually succeed in its idea of really sort of building this kind of new internet as a real new internet itself, which after the last 50 years of TCP/IP, I would say 60 years TCP/IP, POP, we now, because all these moments come together, be really in an environment in which there is a fully new infrastructure that's emerging, and I would say that that's very, very interesting to. So sorry for the missing much on the video, but sorry for the sound. I hope sort of it came through, and thanks again for having me. Apologies for the
Well, thank you, Rob. I think we may have some questions for you, and it was also suggested that if you try and switch off your Wi-Fi, disconnect and connect, sometimes it helps. And maybe you're using a Chrome, which is better than Safari, according to Metaco. And so if you do that, it might just help. For a second, and whilst that you can see if people have managed to read the slides and have some questions.
So far, I don't see any questions.
We have 8 minutes left. Let's see if Rob reconnects successfully with us. Oh, there you are. So if you connected successfully, let's try your voice, Rob.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you perfectly well.
Okay.
So if you feel like sharing the last slide again, please do. We have 7 minutes left, but we still have no questions for you, direct questions.
Meanwhile, we do have an old question that was for Agne, that was kind of, I had to sort of leave. So if we don't have any other questions, we could take that one. But if Agne is still online.
I believe she is. She posted something in the chat room. Yeah, let's go back to Agne's question. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So Andrew had asked, currently legislative requirements on content, etc., vary significantly across member states, complicating compliance. Do you see these converging?
So as I mentioned also in my presentation, the DSA, similarly to the e-commerce directive, does not legislate what is illegal. What we will improve compared to the current situation is that we legislate the procedures and the requirements around how it can be requested, what needs to be taken down, for example. So currently, a number of member states have legislated taking their own notice and action procedures, for example. And now we would suggest that this would be a harmonized set of procedural rules, which can then facilitate what content can exactly be removed. So this is, I think this is the key key sort of value proposal also for the Digital Services Act, and why we also consider that this will help. So, and also, for example, there is an obligation to appoint contact points. This includes a language regime, for example. So there's a number of other provisions which will ensure that there's a uniformity in how companies can be approached for different types of matters. So all of this will ensure that differentiation in national procedural rules will not hinder offering services across the single market. So while we don't take a content approach in that sense, because harmonizing hate speech across the union is not in the purview of the single market. This is the purview of the criminal law. So this is also outside of the scope of our competences as such. Hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. Still no other questions.
Right. If there's no more questions from the floor, I'm happy to ask Rob to come on again and tell us if Dfinity hopes to offer this first truly global blockchain network. How do you see this developing and protecting? What are the next steps within the groups that you work and associate to have a pilot program doing this, and where could we find more information about this?
Well, so at the moment, sort of the work that I'm doing in the context of the Next Generation Internet Forward, which is a strategy team for Generation Internet. And that's where basically I'm a partner on my expertise in Internet of Things for the past kind of 20 years. And I was in Internet of Things expert group in 2009-2010, which was then headed by Gerald Santucci, who was which the Article 29 Working Party was, that basically then sort of where GDPR sort of emerged from. And at that moment in time, in 2010, we tried to get everybody to look at the object infrastructure and the emergent 5G types of situations that would make a tremendous amount of traffic that would be machine to machine, and this person related things would actually be not that relevant at some point. It would all be mediated through all the devices at some point. But we didn't get this message across then, and people started to focus on people, and as if people still have this agency of clicking on a button or some cookie or not a cookie, and sort of like basically if you look at the amount of relationships going on around them through their objects, this is all quite irrelevant, I think, at some point. So what we now see is a huge amount of real decentralized, and actually Dfinity aims to be fully new protocol. So that we see a lot of new protocols sort of emerging and coming up. And so I just think that it's very very good for the community to look at these new developments, because these new developments are basically also creating new roles. So in a certain identity work, kind of the role of the new ISP or new service will be the issuer of credentials and issuers of viable credentials. So what we see is this huge push of Microsoft in this space with the Azure credential sort of providers, with ION on blockchain, and all of these sort of different small tools, creating a really new toolbox. So what we're now is a situation that's been 50, 60 years old, has basically not been changed sort of dramatically, but it's not set in stone. And sort of the reason for having TCP/IP, basically having speed and resilience, and not having an identity. People are now saying the internet didn't have an identity layer. Of course not. It was that was a bug. It was deliberately sort of built that way. So now, the point is not now, because that's probably not going to work. But I would just think it's important and interesting for the community to look at these new projects of Toyota, of course Cardano, but also Dfinity and sort of, because if they got major investment by the people invested in the internet, the people that basically have also built the first web sort of services. So I think it may be that a lot of the functions that are now tuned to a lot of the actors may change, and may, because of the rapid move of all these crypto developments that are then also going to be tied to this notion of self-sovereign identity that I think is being pushed tremendously hard in the Commission at this moment also, because of honesty, we are Scylla and Charybdis. We are between proposals that aim to bake identity into the internet layer, and we are in between commercial identity providers like we have in Belgium, like itsme.be, that have 2 million people in their system. That is basically fully commercial. So the Belgian government has eIDAS notified a digital identity provider consisting of 4 banks and 3 telcos and Microsoft as an enabler. And 2 million people use it and think that this is still having to do something with the public actor of this. But actually, it's fully commercial company. We're in between privatization of digital identity management and into the identity layer. So a lot of people are beginning to see that the self-sovereign identity is not something for a few geeks. It's actually the only way of national states to basically to keep themselves sort of going and hide their legacy in verifiable claims and credentials. And so that is basically what a lot of actors are seeing now across the world. Also, the things that we propose and things like disposable identities and ephemeral identities may seem quite radical, but it's actually just hard coding GDPR. And so all of these things are now moving together. And once there is this kind of wallet that again is being pushed very hard at this moment, German layers, then we may have protocol fully decentralized systems in which the structure of the internet and the old actors reversing functions in the old infrastructure may not be that anymore.
Yes, thank you for sharing your concerns and the vision with us, and with the better luck of having a better connectivity, we may have to repeat some parts of it in some of our other cooperation working group meetings post-RIPE, and would welcome you to come back again and discuss. And with that, we really like to thank and give a huge applause to all our speakers, Rob van Kranenburg and Agni Carleep and Paulina Malaya and everyone else who was here with us. With that, I pass on to Yulf and Achilles to adjourn the meeting.
Well, I have nothing to add, so Achilles can say the final words. Achilles, you're still muted.
Okay, maybe Achilles will type his final words. And yes, please do not forget to rate the sessions on the RIPE website. And we see you all online, and we continue with your suggestions. Achilles, you're up. Hearing no. You too effectively muted yourself. And we now have a wonderful coffee break. Yeah, you are typing. Okay, fantastic. Thanks all again. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Online.
Enjoy your coffee.
Hello, folk. I understand that an announcement has been made that this session will start in 2 minutes. That is a mistake. We will start at the bottom of the hour, which is in about 9 minutes. We'll be seeing you then. Hello, hello all. Welcome to the Code of Conduct BOF. In the next hour, we will be talking about the Code of Conduct. I presume that after so many days of using Meetecho, well, actually 2 days of using Meetecho this week, you all know how Meetecho works, how you can interact with us. Just quickly, it's about, oops, sorry for that. It's about the bottom buttons on top of here. One of them is for asking questions, the one with the question mark. Those are the questions that we will read out. But you can also get into the queue with the buttons over there, video and audio. My understanding is that if you only press video, only will see your mugshot. You have to press audio as well if you want to participate. That's at least my understanding. As said, we are discussing the Code of Conduct here. A version of the Code of Conduct has been posted, and there has been quite some discussion around it. In this meeting, we want to focus on 3 questions, and Leo will set up those questions in a small presentation, also capturing what has been done so far. And we will spend about 15 minutes on each question. We have limited time, only an hour. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Olaf Kolkman. I work for the Internet Society and have not been involved with the community for a couple of years really actively. So I'm really glad and proud to be back helping the community out with this BOF. So we have little time. Without further ado, I would like to invite Leo to present what we have done so far and what the questions are that we want to address in this BOF. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much, Olaf, for the lovely introduction. So I want to bring everyone up to speed to make sure that we're all at the same place. So this is a recap on the Code of Conduct Task Force. The Code of Conduct Task Force was created as an outcome of the Diversity Task Force, which published version 3 of the Code of Conduct. It was proposed at RIPE 80, it was chartered in mid-September last year, and we have 3 deliverables. One is the Code of Conduct. The other 2 are the focus of this BOF session, the Code of Conduct team selection and the reporting and operational procedures for the Code of Conduct team. So I'm just going to quickly run through who the task force members are. Brian Nisbet, me, Dinesh, Salam, and from the RIPE NCC, Athena and Anthony, who have provided us with fantastic support, and we're very grateful for their assistance. And altogether, we delivered a draft Code of Conduct, which was published for review and feedback earlier this year. We published it on the website, we announced it on the RIPE discussion list and the Diversity Task Force list. We asked for feedback to the RIPE discussion list. We got over 50 messages discussing the draft. They were mostly supportive. They came from 18 people. And our task at the moment is to update the draft. When that draft has been updated, we will then publish the update. We're targeting the end of June, and we will be communicating the rationale for the changes that we're making to the draft, tying them back to the discussion that was had. In this session, we're looking forward to the next steps. These are the things that we want your input on. And this is why we have asked Olaf to chair this session, and he has kindly agreed, because as the task force members, we want to really focus on listening to the input from the community so that we can really make sure that as we go and put together the drafts for the next 2 deliverables, they're going to reflect what it is that the community feels is important. So the 3 questions that we are focusing on today are: what kind of team is needed for the Code of Conduct team? How should we balance process and speed? And what kind of process will be required to update the Code of Conduct or its processes? So those are the 3 questions that we have for today. At this point, I'm going to turn off my video and audio, hand the chair back to Olaf, and he will take us forward from here. And if you just tell me when to advance the slides, I will advance the slides.
Perfect. So, yeah, I think somebody, yeah, okay. 3 types of questions, and I think it would be reasonable to spend about 15 minutes on each of them. The rules of the game, so to speak, is if you ask a question in the chat, I will read it out. If you are in the video or audio queue, I will give you the microphone, but please try to keep your question short and to the point. Don't make long exposés. I will turn the microphones off in after around 2 minutes, or give you a strong signal that you should stop your intervention, because then we have time for the task force members to reply and have other people ask questions too. So that's sort of the rules of the engagement game. And to start off with that first, the first question, and perhaps I'm going to ask a question to. Okay, can you forward the slide? The next slide there. Yes. So the question is, what do we need from a COC team? What's the team size? What type of diversity of language, location, and more? What are the time commitments that we actually expect from such a team? And what are the training requirements? What do people need to know before getting into the job and doing this responsibly? I would actually like to ask Leo to give a little bit of context around the role of the COC team, so that we all know what we're talking about. What is the purpose of the COC team, the Code of Conduct team? When do they spring into action, and those type of things, so that we can actually get to those questions.
Very much, Olaf. The Code of Conduct team is the team that is going to implement the Code of Conduct. So at the moment, we have the trusted contacts, Vesna and Rob, and if there is an issue with the code of, if there is an issue of behavior, you can approach the trusted contacts and they will do their best to resolve things for you. The reason for the Code of Conduct team and the process is to bring some formality to this, so that we have a larger team, which means that there's going to be a need for a little bit more structure. Because one of the things that is changing is currently the Code of Conduct covers meetings. And the new scope for the Code of Conduct, which was very well received on the list, was that this is a Code of Conduct for all participation in RIPE. And that means that this isn't something that the trusted contacts do twice a year for a short amount of time. It's something that could require some participation at any point in the year. And it could be in relation to an email message sent to a mailing list. It could be in relation to an intersessional event, or it could be in relation to something that happens at a RIPE meeting. So we're looking at a greater scope of behavior that is covered by the Code of Conduct, and that means we have a greater demand on the people who are supporting its implementation. And at that point, I think I should stop speaking because I don't want to eat up too much time. Olaf, you're on mute.
Yeah, there is a question from Peter Koch in the chat. Peter, if you want to get in the queue, I would be happy to give you the microphone. But given that the queue doesn't light up for me, if I'm looking at the right place, at least, am I? No, I'm going to ask that question. I have to get a little bit used to the interface here. So Peter asks, where was the decision made about the if? The if of a COC team, so that we can now discuss the how, because that seems to be what the discussion is about now. Do you want to address that question, Leo?
Sure. So the if comes from here, and I'm coming back to slide 2. This is the charter that was given to the task force, and it was decided by the RIPE chair that there should be a code of conduct team, and that the task force should develop a document that describes how that team will be selected and processes for the operations and reporting from the team.
I cannot tell whether that satisfactorily answers Peter's question, but I assume that he will add a clarifying question if that is needed in the queue. Vesna, I will give you the microphone and the camera. Vesna, you are a member of the current team. Perhaps you can also, in addition to the comment that you want to give a little bit of your experience. What is the actual time commitment, and what is your experience with training and those type of things?
So, okay, I will first answer this question. I'm part of the Trusted Contacts team, and we have been 3 for a while with some overlapping times, and now it's just 2 of us. And the time that we needed to put into reacting to complaints was very, very small because we did not receive a lot of complaints. We did receive a training. It was paid by the RIPE NCC, and it was the training for the role of confidant. That's a very Dutch thing, and it's very different from the Code of Conduct enforcement team. I'm putting the inverted commas about it because we still didn't really agree on how are we going to call it. It's better not to call it enforcement, but something like that. And so I would like to come back to the original question, which is what do we need from the Code of Conduct team? And that actually has been answered in many other communities already. So I think we should just follow their lead and do what the IETF did, and Python, and I think Debian and some more communities. Also on the diversity list, we had a discussion about this in August 2019. So there were a lot of suggestions, and I think the current team could maybe just look at that and choose what they think is appropriate, and also based on the discussion that we are going to have today. And from my personal experience, I would say that the team size should be larger than 3, so about 5 people, because it's a volunteer job and people have other things to do. So it does take attention and energy, even if it's not a lot of time. and so it's good to have backups. I think the people, the composition of the team should be volunteers from the community. Yeah, for diversity of language and location and gender and experiences, and also other things like neurodiversity and cultural sensitivities, it would be very important to cover all kinds of aspects and axes of diversity, but it will depend on the volunteers that we can get or recruit. The time commitment, again, it used to be very little, but if we become more successful in making people reassured that if they talk with the Code of Conduct team, there should be a verb there, but I don't know which one. So the dealing with not even complaints. I'm trying not to be very negative, but that's what it is. Basically, people would complain to the Code of Conduct team if somebody has violated the terms of the Code of Conduct, or if they have feel hurt. So it will take more time during the meetings, basically, but then we are already there. So it shouldn't be the people who are volunteering for other functions. It's too much work to do like both things. And the training also exists. I can copy some of them in the chat later from the original mailing list and some other websites where I collect these links. And without having my RIPE NCC staff hat on, but a community member, I think that this should be paid by the RIPE NCC as the event organizer and the platforms maintainer where these discussions are happening. So the team for enforcing the rules of the Code of Conduct should be trained at the expense of the organization that actually has funding. So that's my answers.
Yeah. And as Rob says, the training is een vertrouwenspersoonstraining. That would be the Dutch pronunciation of that type of training.
Yes.
Thank you, Vesna. Gergana Petrova actually asks a question to Vesna. Just curious. So Vesna, please enter yourself in the queue again so you can answer. Does your job as a trusted contact include doing investigation, which I assume is needed for enforcement? Did your training include doing investigations? And if not, are there plans to have such training for the team who will engage in charge of enforcement? So questions about engagement. I am trying to find out if I can get Vesna to speak again. Yes, that is possible. There you go.
Yes, thanks for your question, Gergana. So the short answer is no. We, as a vertrouwd persoon, were not supposed to be doing investigations. Our job was to support the person who had come to us and explain where they could go with their complaint. So we were only supposed to be keeping everything confidential, and so we would not be investigating if their complaint is true or not. We are just supposed to believe them and be on their side. So that's the difference between the vertrouwd persoon and the Code of Conduct team. And there, as far as I am experienced with the other Code of Conduct teams and rules, it's more about mediation rather than investigation, because these things are not about breaking the law. It's more about people's feelings being hurt. And so that's what the Code of Conduct would have to deal with, in my opinion. But it is on the Code of Conduct team and the community to decide what is actually going to be their task.
So what you're saying, what I get away from that is that mediation would actually be a training requirement.
Again, not only mediation. So I can supply some text later. So there are multiple avenues where like a person who complains can go to, like first being encouraged to talk to the person that they have a conflict with. The second one is mediation, and the third one is the actual like a conflict resolution. So the code of conduct team can actually have the training in a spectrum of these things. And they would have to choose which one or how to deal with all of them. And there are some very specialized trainings for dealing with like violations of trust or code of conduct violations or mediation, stuff like that. So they do exist.
Thank you. I suggest you hang around for a while so that if there's more questions that we don't have to do this dance.
Yeah, I see it already. So Harry was asking, being on the side of the person who has complained, what happens if they both complain? Well, that's why we have two people. So we covered this scenario, well, at least two people. And in an ideal situation, if somebody comes to me, I'm not even supposed to tell Rob Evans who came to me so that the other person can go to him. And so that they can both be helped by this vertrouw persoon.
Yeah. I actually suggest that people ask their questions in the question part of the chat. Otherwise, it's very hard to manage. Daniel, you expanded on the question. Daniel Karenberg. Expanded on the question of Peter Koch, where he asked, did we already have consensus on the code itself? And is point one of the charter already done? I'd like to repeat sort of what Leo said, or paraphrase what Leo said. Comments have been coming in. They will be incorporated to the current text that will be fed back to the community on the list with point by point addressal of the points that were raised. I would presume that after that there will be some sort of a consensus call, making sure that everything has been addressed. And I also presume that we are having this conversation based on a general trend in the conversation. But perhaps, Leo, if you have a different vision on this, or anybody on the task force team, please expand.
Olaf, I think you've said it very clearly. Our intention is that we're going to publish an updated draft. Our target date is before July. And when we publish it, we will explain the context of the changes. And we'll go and say, we heard this, we changed that. And at that point, there will be some discussion. And it is up to the right chair whether there is consensus or not. That's not a decision that's taken by the task force. Our job is to make a recommendation based on the best of our ability, but we don't get to grade our own homework.
I believe that is the job of the right chair, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Goed zo. I would like to, because we are now around 15 minutes on this topic, I would like to go to the next question, which means that somebody has to advance the slide. Process and speed. So we will have, I would say, requests coming into the COC that might be based on something that happens online. It might be based on something that happens during a meeting. And what would be a reasonable timeline for investigation and report? Does that change with respect to whether things are online or in the course of an event? And obviously, when there are appeals, how should they be handled? Is that by the same team? Is that by different individuals? Or should that actually be a completely different process? I'm not quite sure if that is addressed in any way in the current document. perhaps that is a question that we should first answer. Leo, is there anything about appeals in the current document?
The draft that we published was focused solely on the code of conduct. It doesn't mention anything about process, and it doesn't mention anything about implementation. That's going to be in a separate document, and that's what we're listening to the community for now. So in order to guide our work, we would like to hear from the community what they feel is important and what kind of direction should we be going.
I would like to open the mic for that, although I have a question from Daniel, which is about process. He's asking, Leo, does that mean that anyone who thinks that we should not have a COC team, they should speak up now or at least soon? I'm not going to answer that specifically. If there is time left at the end of this BOF, then I'm willing to entertain any AOB questions, and that might be one of the AOB points that are being made. But I would like to focus this session on the 3 questions that are in front of us. But for the detail of that question, Leo, does Daniel still have time to argue that a COC team might not be needed?
That's not a question that I, as the chair of the Code of Conduct Task Force, can answer. That's a question that needs to be addressed to the RIPE chair team, because that is part of our charter. So it's not a decision that was made by the task force, and so it's kind of a meta question.
I see Daniel entering into the queue, so I'll give him the mic. There you go, Daniel. I cannot hear you.
Again, same thing. Total misunderstanding. I'm not arguing we shouldn't have a COC team. I'm just trying to sort of understand what Peter asked, and I feel a bit of uncertainty about the process. So it's not my argument we shouldn't have one. I just wanted to make sure that that gets addressed, and you are just addressed and basically said this is a part of the this is part of the charter already. So and we wouldn't. Thank you. That's it. Basically.
Yeah. So is there still time to provide feedback on the first draft? I think is a paraphrasation.
Oh, well, we are still updating it. While we already have a lot of input, if there was significant new input, then of course we would listen to it, because what would be the point in not listening to it? So if someone has something significant that has not already been said, then please send it to the RIPE discussion list, and we will pay attention.
Question in the question queue from Jordi. He already mentions this on the list. He says he doesn't think that we can separate this topic in 3 different documents: the COC itself, the process, and the penalties, team, or whatever. Alternatively, we can work in 3 documents separately, but then do a single document, single consensus adoption for all of them, because otherwise there are interferences among them, among the different documents, that may not be resolved, and we may need to come back to the previous already consensuated document. What a beautiful word, consensuated, updated, and call for consensus again. Leo, want to comment on that? 3 documents, if they have weird interactions, you might need to go back to a previous one.
I think that what he says is absolutely right, that we don't know until we actually try it what's going to happen. And so, yes, there probably will need to be a consensus call for the package. And I believe that that was something that was brought up before. But also looking forward to the future, and this is the next question that's coming up, we recognize that we are not going to deliver the perfect package right now. And after some experience, there will be a need to deliver improvements. And so that's one of the reasons we have a question coming up, which is what should be the process for identifying and agreeing on improvements?
So how to create a living document is how I would paraphrase that question. And that's indeed the next question that that is on the list. And my understanding is that part of the motivation for that is that you would like to have by the next meeting already a team in place to work with. Is that the correct assumption?
We would like to know where we're going, whether it is possible to recruit and train a team to have done the implementation by the next meeting. I don't know. That's going to depend on whether the updated draft is one that reaches consensus, and then once we've done that, when we produce a draft on what the team should look like and what the process should look like, whether there's consensus on that. Also, it's perhaps worth me noting that the RIPE NCC is currently doing some practical investigation for the tooling that would be required to make sure that everything complies with any legal requirements regarding data management, that sort of thing. So in order to actually get up and running, we might need to have that tooling delivered, and I don't know what the timing on that would be. The RIPE NCC has started looking at those requirements, but of course it's not practical for them to complete that analysis until we actually have something much more concrete for them to work with.
Yep. I see Jordi in the questions. I saw a request from Gergana to contribute. I'll get back to you, Gergana, in a bit. Jordi already gave an answer to the next questions in the queue, which I don't want to keep behind now. He says updating any RIPE document is already defined in the RIPE PDP. And Daniel argues that from the discussion on the mailing list, he sees a lot of support for separating the code of conduct itself and the enforcement and support structure. And for the record, he disagrees with Jordi. The PDP does not apply to any RIPE document. Do need to read that. So there's that's part of the discussion of the next document. I hope that Gergana will have some proposals or answers to the question that we are asking now. Go ahead.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
My name is Gergana Petrova. I work for the RIPE NCC. I have sent some answers to the list already, so probably you might remember my name from there. And the reason that I find this discussion quite important is because one of my roles as a staff member at RIPE NCC is the RACI program that brings young academics to the RIPE meeting. Those are mostly newcomers, and several of them over time have shared with me stories. And, you know, like sometimes I feel almost, at least partly personally responsible because, you know, I brought them to the meeting. And so like I feel personally invested in what happens with this. Just to answer the questions that are on the screen, reasonable time frame, it's very difficult for me to have an informed opinion about this, but I mean, obviously I would say, especially if we are at the meeting as soon as possible, if there is a team that can at the meeting do something while the people are still there, while potential witnesses are still there, take the opportunity, because, you know, doing that over email a month later when memories fade, it's just a missed opportunity. So I think maybe for things at the meeting, we almost need to have like a separate procedure with much more urgent deadlines. Now, outside of the meeting, and I think, you know, especially for minor problems, you're going to have most of them, you know, reported after the meeting. I don't know, like, and this is just a very personal opinion, but I think it would be nice to have some sort of confirmation email within 3 working days, like, thank you, we've received your complaint, and maybe like a standard template or form. This is the procedure that's going to follow, and then, you know, within 2 weeks to inform the complainant if what is the persons within that team that are responsible to handle that particular investigation, so that, you know, like, they don't feel like, oh, then I emailed them, I received something after 3 days, and then I didn't hear back for months, you know. So after 2 weeks, they would know at least the people responsible, and then as the investigation is going on, maybe, you know, I mean, I don't even have any idea how long such an investigation can happen. I guess it also depends on, you know, how quickly witnesses respond. But it would be nice if at least every month they get some sort of an update, you know, like, this is what we have done, we're still waiting for a response, but just, you know, keep on communicating with the complainant so that they don't get the feeling like, oof, I emailed and then, you know, nothing happened in 8 months. As for deadline, I really have no idea. I mean, obviously as soon as possible, but that's just wishful thinking. So I don't know what sort of a deadline would be good. And I wonder if some of our partner organizations that have some code of conduct and maybe enforcement procedures have more experience in this. I guess it also really depends on the nature of the complaint. That they're, you know, it's similar to, like, in law enforcement. Can you say if there is a deadline for law enforcement to terminate, to conclude an investigation? It's I don't know if there is such a thing, but in any case, I think it should be something reasonable. As for appeals, we can take this from the law enforcement. I don't know how, like, if there is a judgment against you, I think you have a month to appeal or something like that. We can, I don't know. And I would suggest a month. So, but this is like very personal opinion. I'm definitely not a legal expert or anything like this. This is just a suggestion.
Yep.
And I would really be curious what other community members have to say about this, so that it's not just my opinion. Thank you.
So let's not argue whether it's 3 days or 2 days, but you say order days for first response, order weeks for follow-up, and order month for regular update. That's sort of the thing. I think that the question about how should appeals be handled was not a question about timeline. Can I clarify that, Leo? That's more a question about what entity should be in the loop and how do you organize that? That's the question you're asking, huh?
Well, we were asking this question partly because something might arise on a mailing list. It could happen outside of business hours. It could happen over a holiday. And of course, there are different holidays in different countries across the region. And we have people who participate in RIPE from basically everywhere in the world. So
the question is about the speed and the process of the appeal, not necessarily.
You know, we want people to feel cared for, and what does that require?
Cool. Daniel, I'm going to give you the word.
Okay, let me speak to the questions on the slide. But before I do that, I would ask people not to use the word complainant. I think we need to have a better word, because complaint has a negative connotation, and it needs to be report or something like that. That's not just as a side. Very generally, I think the question about process speed and these kind of things is something that has a tendency to legalize, you know, the way we interact in RIPE. And I think we should consider defining a process more in terms of what is our tradition and what is expected behavior, again, of people. What I would expect if there's a conflict in general, and of course, yeah, if there's a conflict in general that in our history and tradition in RIPE is that one tries to address it between the people concerned. If that's not possible, one tries to get support from other members of the community that are sort of close to the conflict and the people involved. If that doesn't work, one tries to get support from the leadership, and that can be working group chairs, that can be a specific team or something like that. And if that doesn't solve the problem, one refers it in the end to the RIPE chair. And the buck has to stop somewhere, and I would argue that the escalation should stop at the RIPE chair. If even a sort of code of conduct related conflict cannot be resolved there, then there are mechanisms outside of RIPE, like, for instance, the legal system to resolve these conflicts. But we should not go into the fallacy of trying to replicate a legal system. I think that's so rather we should describe on what our tradition is, what the accepted and expected behaviors are in a process of resolving a conflict, and we should actually have it stop relatively quickly inside RIPE. And then if it's so grave that it cannot be resolved inside RIPE, I think we should refer to other means. We shouldn't become a conflict resolution organization for its own sake. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. That was clear guidance, and I don't think I thanked Gergana for her feedback. Vesna, I will give you the microphone in a bit, but Harry Cross said in the chat some for sort of anonymized lessons learned published every so often to reflect on incidents that involved COC breaches, and some sort of statement about what was done and what can be done better. So continuous learning should be part of the procedure, is I think what he argues. Vesna, there you go.
Thank you. Harry, that's already part of the procedure with the trusted contacts. We report about the incidents that we have heard about, that people approached us during the RIPE meeting to the RIPE chair, and then in the community plenary on a Friday at every RIPE meeting, the RIPE chair says were there complaints or not and how were they dealt with and so on. Again, that's because we were receiving very, very few complaints. It was easy to kind of report on that and finish it during the RIPE meeting. And I would like to say that I respectfully disagree with Daniel's suggestion. I think it would be good to have many people trained in whichever way we choose to proceed with the code of conduct enforcement, let's call it that way, until we come up with a better word, because I would say that the way how we have been dealing with things until now did not improve the diversity as much as we wanted to. So maybe this is not the approach, but then we should go with another approach, which is maybe to have a diversity statement or some other goals. It's just that in a lot of other communities, people choose not to come to a conference which does not have either a code of conduct statement or very clear description of how are the complaints, even if that's a negative word, but bad things do happen. How is this being dealt with? And we have to document that and make it accessible and not keep it as in oh, you know who to talk with, because the newcomers don't know who to talk with.
I think that Daniel wants to clarify what he just said.
Okay.
Misunderstanding. I'm not saying we shouldn't document. What I think we should document our tradition so that it is accessible to newcomers. We should also document it very clearly. Here's what you do. Yeah. Here's what everybody is supposed to do. Yeah. Not just the complainant, but this is the behavior we have in resolving conflicts. But what I'm arguing is we should avoid the legalese enforcement kind of attitude. That is my one important argument. We should rather say this is how we do this, yeah. And explain it. And the second is that we should aim for a finite, quickly running process rather than a drawn out talking about weeks, months kind of thing. And at some point we should realize that if it escalates beyond a certain point, it cannot be resolved in RIPE anymore. And we should basically say we tried our best to resolve this and it ends here. You have to use other means because it's not our main goal to, it costs us too much. Yeah. But I'm not arguing for saying, hey, you know, I'm arguing for clearly describing what happens, but not in a try to copy a legal system. Thank you.
Quick reply from Vesna, and
yes,
then we go to the next
reply.
question.
I see it as a working group chair role. So it's not a legal role. It's a person whose temporary, voluntarily function is to deal with this specific aspect of something that happens at a meeting. So if it's IPv6, it should be dealt there. If it is racism, it should be dealt by this person who is actually trained and knows what to do about it. And then coming back to everybody should do that. I come from the country where if everybody is responsible, nobody is responsible. So we have to make somebody responsible for this.
I don't think you necessarily say two different things. At least that's not what I hear. I think you say the same thing, but with a slightly different tone and perspective. I'm going to look at Leo and ask if he has sufficient out of this discussion to proceed.
I think, you know, we've got what we've got. And one of the things that I'm hoping from this discussion is that, of course, we will report it. That might inspire more input on the RIPE discussion mailing list. And we very much encourage people to share their thoughts on the RIPE discussion mailing list, as well as coming to the microphone now if they would like to speak. So we would, you know, love to hear more people speaking now, but if you have a thought tomorrow, please send it to the mailing list.
And that brings us to the next question, because we still have one question to talk about, and that's the process. What process we should use for the COC, and how should the COC team improve its processes over time? Those are two different questions. the update of the COC process has, of course, to do with the 3 different documents that we just discussed on the site. And I want to catch up with some of the comments that Jordi made. Daniel and Jordi argued a little bit back and forth about the PDP applying or not. Jordi's latest comment on PDP, not PDP as a policy, but documents should reach consensus. So updating any document follows the same process for getting consensus as for the original document. And I think he refers to earlier versions of the code of conduct here. Still, there might be reasons to look at a different process for how to improve the COC itself, but also how to improve the COC's own processes, which might be partly documented and might be partly based on culture. We already heard Harry say, and something that is already in the draft document, continuous learning processes, report on these type of things. But I wonder if there are other opinions on this topic. And I'm looking at the chat, because if there's no feedback either in the Q&A or people joining the queue, then I'm going to allow for a little bit of open mic time. Jan has asked a question whether he can go in the open mic time. So I'm still looking for Jan. I see you in the queue. Oops, wrong button. I see you in the queue, but I want to wait a little bit on seeing people if people have any questions on this slide or comments on this slide. Well, in that case, this is what you get, Leo and Task Force team. On the specific questions, I'm going to open the open mic for the remaining 7 minutes. Leo, there, Jan, there you go.
Hey.
Hello.
Well, my question is a little bit connected to the whole thing. I think last year we had the RIPE NCC Executive Board Election Task Force. I was part of it, and we wrote in the recommendations that there was a support for using the trusted contact model, although the current group consists of the new RIPE chair and the RIPE NCC staff, which is not ideal and might lead to conflict of interest. So in case that people that volunteers for the RIPE NCC executive board, if they violate the code of conduct, that is not defined which one, if other people report them, they basically created the RIPE NCC Executive Board Code of Conduct team. That is a different Code of Conduct team that we are talking about here now. And it was basically created from members of the task force, a little bit ad hoc. But my question is, when people sign up and volunteer for the executive board, they are still community members. They are not members of the board. Should we, at some point in time, also make this COC team one for both reasons, and not have two code of conduct teams?
Clear question to the community, I presume. Perhaps this is a question you could bring to the list very explicitly. Either a member of the task force or you yourself, Jan. If somebody would like to answer to that.
I thought there would be some maybe some direct feedback from this boss, but yeah, I can bring it to the.
I see Rob entering the queue. Rob, maybe you want to reply to this specifically?
Just quickly on this, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
So one of the problems or challenges that the Executive Board Task Force recommendation is that it's only allowed for non-RIPE NCC members of the trusted contacts to be the judges on whether the candidates were adhering to the code of conduct, and that created two problems. First of all, it meant that I was the sole gatekeeper to the executive board, which is probably not what anyone intended. Plus, also then it risks the confidentiality agreement that is fundamental to the trusted contacts. So if there's a larger code of conduct team, I don't necessarily see that being a problem, but I think the thing that you need to think about is that confidentiality aspect and whether having them be the gatekeepers risks that confidentiality.
So it's the complexities of conflict of interests with that particular role that makes it difficult. Actually, Daniel replied to the Q&A on this particular question that we have on the slide. He says, okay, update the code of conduct with regular reviews. He says every 2 years. Create a new task force if substantial changes are needed. Community consensus call by the chair about new version of the COC team, about new versions, and COC team improvements. Should be ad hoc and an internal matter. So that's his feedback on this particular set of questions on the slide. I am looking if there is anybody in the queue at this moment. I would like to ask the task force members if they still have particular points where they would like to ask clarification to people who have provided feedback so far. Is there anything that you've heard where you say, we would like to know a little bit more? Putting you on the spot, I realize. Hearing none, it occurs that the queue is empty and that we have exhausted your brain power for today. I would like to thank everybody who has contributed with questions, comments, and feedback. The task force will do its magic. First on the current draft, and then in providing proposals around the 3 questions that we, or the work items that are still on their list. What is the timeline on which people can expect things again? So that the draft that's currently being worked on somewhere in July, I heard you say, and what is the timeline for those other work items?
Well, we would like to get out the updated draft before July, and obviously, we'll be aware that it's summer and people will want to take some time off. So I'm sure that will be taken into consideration when there's a consensus call. We are meeting pretty much every 2 weeks, so we will do our best to develop drafts for the processes and the code of conduct team. I would love to give you a timeline, but we need to do some real thinking. And so I don't want to just pluck a date out of the air and tell you that's when we're going to have it, because we don't know what problems we need to resolve before we can come up with a draft.
And if you have any questions to the community while drafting, where will those questions go? What is the list where the discussion takes place?
The RIPE discussion list, please.
The RIPE discussion list is the preferred list. And with that, I think that we have concluded this POV. I would like to thank every participant again, and I wish the task force good luck in its further work, and thank you for the service you're doing to the community.
And thank you very much for agreeing to chair this off, because we really appreciate you taking the lead on making the discussion happen so that we can focus on listening.
Thank you all. Goodbye.